there were many jumps from the banking system into their pockets. So looking at the system sector in a transitional state, this gives a lot of headaches to the analyst, and the impact or the progress in Moldova is visible. Combating organized crime to such extent that only behind these crimes there can be left only the flag, the national song, and the laws. This is the finality of a captured state. And if this concentrated attack on the nation of Moldova is receiving the response of a reform and new laws, does it mean that we have a justice? Please don't take my question as a rhetorical one or speculative one. I repeat, does something have in common what we have now in Moldova besides the shape, mantras, formal moments? If yes, then what this system called justice system delivers to the people that support it? We usually take the reference base, the Soviet inheritance. I can even read you here a quote from a report in 2019, and I highlight this is from 2019, not long ago, and I quote, many of the legal system and justice system are related to the past, and they are similar to other ex-Soviet countries, and the government together with the judges have not managed to abandon the traditions and practices towards which the reform tried to combat. And the highest obstacle of the new reform is related to the Soviet inheritance and post-Soviet working practice. Well. Why they only stopped at the Soviet time? Why not analyze until the Ottoman Empire inheritance? Why not go to the Roman Empire inheritance? So we still go back to the past, but the launch of the reform in 2019 can lead to a independence of all the actors of the system, and I think this is poetry. I would say, why not have the courage to drop the cliche? The majority of the current actors in the justice sector were kids when the Soviet system existed. So why keep saying that we have the inheritance? Why not establish a combating of organized crime in the sector? Because in many minds and hearts of the actors or citizens, they have this sentence: they steal but they also share with us. So we should mention the legal amendments, the law regarding the status of the judges, the law regarding the Superior Council of Magistrature. If we go on the cliche of Soviet inheritance, then it's logical to say it was fresh, and now after 30 years this inheritance would have been eroded. I'm wondering if in 1994, I'm wondering if a guy who was stealing $1 billion, could he benefit of 100 delays of his court date? Could he continue to be an MP? Could he continue to be a mayor? Could he have built a network of businesses? More than this, could it have been possible that many people from the country would just jump into a bus, organize protest, and make supporting protests for him, and also would have been possible for him to organize a duty-free shop for contrabanding goods? I'm thinking if this would have been possible in 1994, and I'm thinking no. I think the lesson is the following: the reform without deep change in the justice, without reform without content, empty nutshell, just like a German expert was saying, took place a lot of time in Moldova, at the same time naming different people in high level positions. And it was only a matter of time between the justice will serve organized lead to a status of captured state that we have. Until now, we should name things as they are. We should give a concrete diagnosis of where we are. So having a diagnosis is the first step to solving it. We should not be ashamed of this diagnosis. It's important to name things as they are. And if only one person from the new government, if he will be tempted to take one old scheme, and I have to say that the temptation is quite high, he should know that there is a chance for disaster, because there is zero tolerance for great corruption, and zero tolerance for great corruption is the first step for solution. We should also look at the lessons learned in the years of reform that we had. All of them well intended, if I remember correctly. All the reforms were well intended, but just like Mr. Karna says, author of Promoting the Rule of Law, said that the fail of orthodoxy of rule of law in many countries brings a lot of lessons, and we need to learn from it. And he said organized crime managed to place the justice sector in such a position where the rule of law were replaced by rule by law, a system where the law is modified by the parliament, by the government, in such in a way that the justice brings everyday favorable decisions and economic dividends power to the organized crime, and to the population it only brings endless bureaucracy. So we have two parallel justices, one for Mongols, one for poor people. And I reiterate the message for Festina Lente, which is repeatedly mentioned. Our biggest challenge is to go from structural reforms to real democratic values and practices that represent independent and responsible justice. And this cannot be done in an electoral cycle. And looking at the consumed cycle in the last 30 years, it took me a while to analyze the history of justice reform, and I would like to say what was served to the population. 2002 government initiate a number of reforms which seemingly try to end corruption in the judges sector, and this increased the control of executive over the justice. What happened then? The judiciary courts were removed, and there were created 5 appeal courts and a Supreme Court with 49 judges. 49 judges for a country of 1.5 inhabitants. Everything in the name of accessible justice. That was the main objective. People need to have access to Supreme Court of Justice. Okay, this was the first. In 2005, we had the amending of components of Superior Council and involving the president in the naming process. In 2007, we had a new golden bullet or silver bullet, INEGD, Institute of Justice. Everybody was raving about the role of this institute. They was calling it the Alpha and Omega. I encourage you to look back on the speeches of Voronin and President of Terry Davis of 12th of November 2007. Please look at their speeches. You had the impression that's it. From now on, with the creation of this institution, we have no more issues. From 2017, we had a very ambitious strategy to reform the justice sector, SRCZ, another silver bullet declared then. the 2000 European serfs declared that they are not going to transfer 28 million euros in the state budget in order to support that reform because the government failed to um, to make the engagements in 2014 and 2015 in the justice sector. Also, I should mention another interesting initiative, equally initiative, from 2007, which was called the Preliminary Country Program of the Fund for Good Governance Promotion, and they proposed 27 million euros with Millennium Development, which aimed to improve the justice sector. It's almost unbelievable, dear participants, dear friends, that all of these reforms were derailed just like a simple train. The current government must deliver fast the results, including for the justice sector. One of the new menus or objectives that are proposed for us, and this is a sort of an elixir, is the external vetting. I don't deny the importance of vetting, but I don't want to give it more power than it has. The problem of human resources, having enough judges, having enough integral judges and workers, it's needed, but we don't have a storehouse that can deliver now what we need, all the human resources. Actually, I see three interventions which can be lost now and that can work in parallel. Any corruption tentative in politics must be combated from the beginning. The current political arena cannot even theoretically accept compromised individuals in key positions because this is important. Second, no matter how much we want a long-term intervention, it's not possible. The country suffers as a result of organized crime, as a result of captured institutions. But what we can do right now is the fact that to stop organized crime right now, not to be afraid of passing the limits. Okay, we can be accused of witch hunting, but we need to continue. And also, you need to pay attention to the public opinion. Yes, there are risks. We can even shoot ourselves in the foot, but we need to speak about the activities and only to promise people that things are going to be better in the future, it's a suicide. We need to act right now. We need to act. Thomas Carote said that the rule of law menu is created of three foods. Reform concentrated on norms, reform on institutions, and reform that is aiming for deep objectives. The first two were tested many times in Moldova. The third was just pretended to be tested or tried in Moldova. Just to conclude, stop organized crime now as a force majeure because this organized crime is suffocating us. We need to decapitate the system because we don't have what to change, and on the remainings we need to build a new system. On both systems we need honest partnerships, but still, dear partners, money stolen from citizens arrived in many democratic countries, not on the river Big shore. So we need to think about that too. We need to think about a transitory justice. This is a rhetorical question, I have to admit, and it's a little bit speculative because a transitory justice has a different sense. I will not go into detail. What does that really mean? It's a clear definition of a transitory justice given by UN. But who said we cannot be creative? Don't forget that I start from the premise that we do not have a justice. We have mantras, we have codes, we have institutions, we have a pantheon, but we do not have access to free justice, equitable justice, as you see in the Vox Populi presented earlier. And looking at the captured state, this this can be continued by infringing the fundamental rights, civic rights. This is why I'm saying it's a transitory justice, which in reality refers to serious infringements of human rights. If we speak right and we see that this is a transitory reform which is done just once, anyway, this pantheon called justice, but without any grounds, changed a little bit and cannot stop robbing citizens of Moldova. This is why we need to have immediate steps, transitory justice, stopping organized crime and horrible justice crime which affected many people, and having a transitory justice is better than just having a front of a justice which does not work. Every day I'm convinced that without courageous steps we cannot have any good successes. We're just going to replicate what was done for 30 years. That being said, I encourage everyone to be courageous and I wish everyone good luck. Thank you so much, Mr. Munteanu, for your speech. Even though you expanded the time, I have a question for you. Please let me know very briefly, just like you described the reforms, I have the impression that I'm watching Narcos in Mexico show on Netflix. After you watch Colombia, watch Narcos in Mexico, you have a disbelief after watching these shows. So my question is, democracy in general can have tools to combat the crimes, because Mr. Litvinenko in his speech said we need to look at our partners, we need to look at the democratic rules, etc., etc. But I see that you promote for more courage. And is democracy allowing this? My reply is brief. Democracy does not mean to have white gloves in front of organized crime and in front of a captured state. There is no such a thing, such a provision in democracy. For organized crime, you need to have tough approach and rebuild everything which was destroyed. So your question stops at the premises that there we have something on which to build, but I am saying that we don't have on what to build. In the case of somebody attacking you with a tank, then yes, I understand, but the reply of the system must be adequate to the problems. And I'm speaking about organized crime. And we do have tools to stop the organized crime that is happening at the moment and to combat the relation that was fostered for many years between the organized crime and the laws. So we need to stop this connection, we need to stop this process, and if we don't stop it, we cannot build. Thank you very much. I think that people that listen to us got the idea. Many of them probably agree with you. Now we have the speech of Mr. Interim ad interim chairman Mr. Dorel Musteață from the Superior Council of Magistracy, who has the duty to be the director of orphanage. And in that orphanage, he has a bunch of children who are breaking the windows. God knows what they're doing at night, but he has the duty to represent them. Of course, you don't represent the category of individuals described by Mr. Munteanu, but you do represent the magistracy, and we want to know what was learned from the past, and we hope that the big issues will stay in the past, and we want to hear your vision so that we reach the time frame of 2025 declared by Mr. Litvinenko. Hello everyone, thank you Mr. Botnaru for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I express my pleasure to welcome you and to say hello to all the participants. Looking at the topic justice reform and anti-corruption, I would like to use this opportunity to reiterate the gratitude for all the support provided and continuous support provided to the Republic of Moldova authorities, especially the Superior Council of Magistracy. Thank you very much for the support from the EU, from the US government in order to support the justice reform. If to speak about the history, of course, there are many efforts to conduct reforms in a democratic way in general, and especially justice reform. The reform was complex and long-term, and there were registered positive progress, and according to the constitutional provisions and according to the law for Superior Council of Magistracy and ulterior provisions, the Council intensified their activity in order to achieve the objectives wrote in the mandate. And here we're talking about reforming the judge courts and also following all the national strategy plans and action plans. If we speak about the main steps for reform, we are talking about integrity, professionalism, accountability, efficiency, and transparency of the judiciary sector. So the council had supports provided a lot of efforts which led to the creation of many documents for the judiciary in order to do the reforming and to align the measures to international standards and international best practices in order to prevent and combat corruption, in order to increase the efficiency of the services and improving access to justice. In order to do all of this, the Superior Council of Magistracy continued to implement the projects with external funding. And looking at the results, and looking at the current needs of the society, it's important to mention that there are some deficiency in the justice sector. For example, there is a vulnerability to corruption, to external influence, insufficient funding, insufficient technical equipment, insufficient space for justice, and a significant number of judge decisions not executed, sufficient wages, etc. We can name many problems, and these deficiencies is felt by the justice workers. This is why we do, and this affects the population as well. We do opinion polls and we measure the level of trust. This is why, in order to cover these problems, the objectives that the Superior Council of Magistracy has is many of them. The system will have to face the challenges generated by many legislative changes and to ensure the necessary resource to implement these changes, ensuring an efficient Justice Act and access to justice needs to meet the expectation of the citizens and to abide by the rule of law. But unfortunately, how justice is done influences the functioning of the society, and it influences the life quality. Ensuring transparency is also another main objective set by our council, and this is helped by reducing the time frame for solving the litigation and by ensuring the system with professional human resources, professional judges which are capable to face all the challenges. If to speak about the vetting proposed by the government, the judges are aware of the fact of this vetting, and the opinion of the system and the actors will be asked, their opinion will be asked, but it will not influence this vetting. And we welcome the fact that the project for amending proposed by the Ministry of Justice, we are happy that for this project there were involved judges as well, judges from all the level of courts and judges who are actively participating in improving that project for amendment. Also, I would like to mention the fact that, just like my previous speaker said, many people had opinion about the justice reform. We are aware that this reform is inevitable. The judicial system knows it's inevitable. And I can tell you that in the judicial system there are many opinions. Some of them are for, others are against. But, well, this is not related to us. Now that the government proposed this process, this is inevitable. Also, I would like to mention a message for the decision-making factors. When they elaborate the legislation related to vetting and when they conduct the vetting, please respect the provisions of the Constitution and of the laws, because we need to respect the law for independent justice. And don't look at the fact that the judicial system and the justice is one of the three powers of the state. So we also salute the trend of the authorities to consult the provisions of that amendment with the Venice Commission and other international relevant bodies. We also take into account the practice of other countries. I'm very happy that Albania was mentioned today, which is a country which already pioneered this segment, this method. As you also mentioned, Mr. Vasile, I represent here the judicial sector, which will feel on their own skin the reform proposed by the authority. Thank you so much. Thank you as well.
Thank you very much. So I will use my position of moderator, so you'll not get rid of journalistic type question. So imagine that in 20 years you are at a cafeteria with your grandchildren, and in 20 years, like Mr. Montano, you are remembering 2021, and your grandchildren ask you, grandfather, how it happened that at the beginning of the 21st century the image of the justice maker, the image of those that are important in the country are done by people who do everything except for listing the costs on the wall, as Mr. Voronin used to say. The only thing they don't do is do not list the prices on the walls in the appellate court. So why did you leave corrupt people to make an image for you, so that ordinary people, as we have heard in the Vox Populi, to have a bad impression? So why did you let the bad guys make the image for you? So please try to answer to this question in the shoes of you in 20 years, not now. So in 20 years, I think I'll have lots of things to tell to my grandchildren regarding the current situation. Mr. Vasily, it did not happen during 1 week or 1 month or 1 year. This accumulated along years, and this is a reflection not only of the judiciary but of the whole society. Perhaps every day, bit by bit, when certain things were arranged, all of this brought us closer to the situation that we are in now. So as long as the society did not say anything, as long as citizens accepted, it means that there were people that found that situation convenient for them. That's why we ended up in the situation we are today, a situation that is already uncomfortable for the whole society, for all citizens of Moldova, because as we can see, the first goal of the government and the biggest expectation of people is the justice sector reform. So it means that this is a problem that has to be solved. Thank you a lot. Yes, I repeat, Mr. Dorel Musteață cannot be responsible for everything that is happening in the judiciary, but he has the possibility to support the reform, to accelerate the reform, because it is in the interest of judges, of prosecutors, to not to have such cases like the hunt in Pădurea Domnească, because as Mr. Musteață said, because it used to be a rule already for prosecutors and judges and heads of the forestry to go together and hunt. And if that was tolerated by the society, then I don't know. I think it's time to leave those times behind us. And I don't know why Mr. Voronin had to tell out loud in the parliament that hunters are very worried because their license expired and they did not manage to make even one shot. So as if it is a big problem for our parliament to intervene. Okay, that's just a comment. Now let's invite Nadezhda Hryptievsky. She will connect via Zoom to make her speech. And after that, we will have a Q&A session. Of course, if there is time left for that. So Nadezhda, please. Hello, and thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Botnaru, all of the participants. So it's both good and not so good to be the last one to speak, because a lot of interesting things have been mentioned already. With your permission, I would like to refer to the following. First, I have to underline that I agree that yes, indeed, we have a very poor situation in the justice sector. Well, not only in the justice sector, but in the country. And I believe it would be helpful for all of us to always remember that we have a huge problem related to human factor in the country. And perhaps this was the main reason why all of the reforms that were listed by Victor, for example, though they had a very good intention, resulted in some not so good effects. And outcomes that were far from the intentions. I am glad that the current government is aware of that and focuses not only on institutional reforms but on human factor as well. I believe this is very important. At the same time, I would like to underline that I strongly believe that everyone from the system, as Mr. Botnaru said, are those that are breaking the glass, the windows, and doing weird things in the system. But I believe that along them we have well-intended people in the system, and I believe that we Moldovans can be described by this saying which says that a fish rottens from its head. So I'm sorry to have to say this, but I believe this is the biggest problem. And unfortunately, we did not have a force or a political factor that was free of corruption. And by the way, the opinion public opinion shows that they have the lowest trust in politicians, because unfortunately politicians were the ones to give very poor signals. For example, we did not have clear rules on how to fund the political campaign, electoral campaign, and political parties. And unless we have order in this sector, we cannot wait for order in other sectors. The same in the judiciary. Unfortunately, we had and still have problems in terms of access to the system, because not the most correct people are present in the Superior Council of Magistracy, in the Supreme Court of Justice. The same can be said by the prosecution, General Prosecution Office, who is the head of the General Prosecution Office, how the two specialized prosecution offices are operating, the leadership of prosecution of the National Anticorruption Center and other bodies. So I strongly believe that if the current government continues along this line to do the assessment, which unfortunately has become unavoidable for us, we have chances to get out of this crisis and to overcome the situation that was quite well described by Victor, which seems to be without any solution, but actually there is a solution. At the same time, to have successes, and so that in 2025 we have a chance to see the vision described by Mr. Litvinenko turned to reality. I strongly believe that the government should focus on institutional reforms as well. I mean, to continue the things that were started and are very important, which unfortunately do not produce results during one single mandate, be it the mandate of the parliament or the mandate of one minister. But nevertheless, it's very important to do this. I mean, to continue the to improve the efficiency of the courts network. In spite of all of the corruption in the system, in spite of the state capture situation, we wouldn't have been in this situation we are now, to be able at least to see and be aware of the problems in the system, unless we had access to court judgments published for us to see, for example, how many times the Shore case was postponed, or to read the conviction sentences or acquittal sentences of a person, which obviously when you read them you can formulate a conclusion. So these are very important things that for an ordinary person might seem not very relevant, but which are very important for investigative judges, for non-governmental organizations, for people who are monitoring the system and who can ask from the system. We wouldn't have been able to put up demands, and we wouldn't have been able to be a kind of pain for the system. And when I say we, I mean the NGOs that over the past years, after 2012, we have managed at least to outline the big problems in the system. That is why I would like, and I believe the minister did not mention this because of lack of time, but I hope that these good things that were started will be continued, because without proper justice and without a good infrastructure, without a digitalized system, so that we diminish the impact of human factor, so that we can see how many times a file was redistributed, though it shouldn't have been redistributed. These are very important leverages, and I believe that one of the biggest and the most important investments made so far in the judiciary, supported in particular by USAID, our American partners, is the digitalization of the system, and we have to continue it, because regardless of how long the other reforms take, these tools help us monitor and be a kind of watchdog to see what is happening in the judiciary. Also, I would like to say that I would like to have a bit more communication by the decision makers. And here I'm referring to the Minister of Justice. So for them to communicate about the steps and the vision that the ministry has for the justice sector reform, I believe this communication is very important for the society, for the people in the system, so that we have more predictability and more engagement. Even if we want very much to do things quickly, we will not manage to do it quickly. And I believe, as Minister said at the beginning of his speech, that they will hurry but at a slow pace with the external evaluation. I really support this approach, and I hope this approach is used not only for the assessment but for other important reforms as well. For example, a rapid announcement was made, but the serious discussions were not started yet. But as we are speaking about the general vision today, I would like to mention the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice. I think it is too important of a reform that would generate too high risks if implemented in parallel with the external evaluation. So maybe we need to have more discussions and more thinking, and maybe it would be good to implement this reform at least after the first stage of the external evaluation, so that would not implement in parallel two complex processes that could affect the way the act of justice is conducted. And at the end, I would like to say that yes, we had examples, we had reform strategies that failed, that were not implemented well. But at the same time, some results were obtained nevertheless. So it would be good to have a kind of guidance. That is why it would be very good if the Minister of Justice can somehow finish the strategy of justice sector reform, which should list very well the plans to implement the institutional reforms in parallel with the initiatives related to reforms focused on human factor. Here I mean the external assessment of judges and prosecutors, which for sure will last. I do not believe that it will end by 2025 if we are to be realistic. But in parallel, we should do the other reforms that could plant some seeds that would allow us correct at least some of the mistakes that have been perpetuated for years from one government to another. And here I mean other reforms, in addition to those related to infrastructure, such as digitalization of the judiciary and of the prosecution system, that, by the way, is lagging really behind the judiciary. But we have other systems, but at least the judiciary and the prosecution, if we have progress in these areas, it would be good also to finish by 2026 as planned the implementation of court map optimization. That would bring a lot of benefits in terms of quality and efficiency, as well as major changes that we have been discussing about for many years. I mean, the code of procedures that hinder the work of judges, that create unjustified workload for judges. that they have to comply with some random deadlines included in these codes. And if we are to analyze the activity of the disciplinary college of the past years, it's a kind of shame for us, because most of their decisions are about deadlines, and they somehow admonish the judges, but after that they find some justification in order not to apply disciplinary sanctions. And I agree with that, because a sanction should be applied when delay of not meeting the deadlines affect the rights in an so I believe we have to overcome this tokenistic approach. We need to have a citizen-focused judiciary, and that would allow the judge to apply the law considering the circumstances specific to each case. And last but not least, I would like to welcome, though I would like to have more discussions on this topic, and I would like to have information about the draft law on the pre-assessment of candidates, members of the Superior Council of Magistracy and prosecutors. I believe it is very important for both institutions to be indeed with members that really meet the integrity criteria. And I believe that it is very important that after these bodies are established, even if the Minister of Justice is not part since April the 1st, 2020 of the Superior Council of Magistracy, the Ministry of Justice should cooperate with the Superior Council of Magistracy, and clarity is needed and rules are needed, because the biggest problems related to accountability of selection, promotion within the system are very much affected by the quality of regulations and by the way how they are implemented. But the regulations are written by the Superior Council of Magistracy. And last point, I believe we cannot have any reform in the system unless the National Institute of Justice is reformed. If the approach of this institute does not change, unfortunately, we have seen that this institution has turned into a thing that was not intended. It's a closed institution, much too closed for such an institution, and the focus is placed that they should place on writing, because judges should justify their judgments, but the but this is not a correct approach. I think that the critical thinking should be developed in judges rather than the feeling of obedience. But I hope the situation will change as a result of replacement of people, as a result of correct and clear procedures of external evaluation, both of judges and prosecutors. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Nadezhda. Thanks a lot. Again, I am using my position of moderator to ask you a question. But I do not want Mr. Litvinenko to think that I am discriminating him. I will ask him a question as well. But let me ask Nadezhda first. So, Nadezhda, the people that we've seen in Vox Populi, and we will see some others during the day, they want someone to be killed. Indirectly, that's a saying, of course. So Mr. Munteanu said where the criminal is to be found. So we have this vicious cycle, we have this paradox. Impunity generates an indulgent attitude, or as Mr. Mustiatsa put it, vulnerability to corruption. But they're also protected by the presumption of But we have to give names of our heroes. Who was the first one to open the gate for Landromat? Was it a bad faith? Was it in good faith maybe? Was it intentionally? Who made the first crack that opened the gates for the theft of the billion? So could you please imagine yourself, God of the judiciary reform? How will you solve this paradox? Because unless the so-called heroes of these failures are named, the others will hide behind collective responsibility, and we will not have, as you want, honest graduates of the National Institute of Justice. Yes, we always have this dilemma. On the one hand, we want the guilty ones to be found and punished, but on the other ones, we want to make sure that the justice is correct. And I do understand very well the government. It's a very difficult task, but we need to be very wise. And we have to differentiate. A rapid justice act in violation of certain rules is not justice. And this quasi-justice will hit back. I believe that the current government, and it is not in vain that the Republic of Moldova for the first time has a right-wing force that does not have a TV. So that's a phenomenon. This phenomenon of the current government came because they say that they want to get rid of corruption. They are honest. That's the first political party that I know that they have declared how they earn their money, how they get their money. So the expectations from this government is that they are correct and that they play by the rules. And of course, in a captured state, there are some small rules that you can break, but you have to be very careful not to break some bigger rules, not to go beyond some red lines. And I believe that we have enough resources already that show who was involved in Landromat, in the theft of the billion. And it's a huge difference between judging and condemning certain people, and on the other hand, publishing information, the secretization of information, which can be done until we have final court judgments convicting them, because the trial should be done correctly, following the rules. But before that, there is a series of information that can be published, that can be declassified, and people can formulate their own conclusion. There are some investigative journalists that, if we are to be honest, in the Republic of Moldova, we are very lucky to have investigative judges, because if we relied on authorities only, I think we wouldn't have even knew by now that a billion was stolen. So it's good that we have journalists. What we need from authorities, for them to be more open, to allow investigations both by journalists and NGOs that have expertise, that have knowledge, and can do certain investigations and release this information, make sure that they are published. I strongly believe in a maximum transparency, in the publication of the maximum possible content of information. That's a solution. And we have to understand that many people that want the guilty people to be punished rapidly, if they somehow are end up within the judiciary or in contact with the judiciary, they would not like their case to be tried rapidly. They would like the rules to be followed. So we have, all of us, to understand that we cannot have this overnight. Whether we want it or we don't want it, we need time to do things. Of course, we should not tergiversate it. We should not repeat the example of a strategy that was approved in 2011 and in 2014 nothing was done to implement it. No, I'm not speaking about such an approach, but regarding these two parallel processes, the assessment that is focused on people. Yes, I understand you, Nadezhda. But imagine the situation, you want transparency, but I see on TV how an official takes a pile of money. So we can see that's evidence, it's proved. And after that, the official enters a trial lasting 7 years, and they managed to prove that they did not take money. So that's why I want to see a difference between opprobio and judging the case. Because if we are too prudent and if as you using the tools that you recommend, the press, the society give signs that it's not good to steal anymore. Or for example, when prosecutors come to an office and find in that office lots of money from bribes, but after that the person is protected and the society says, we give up, this fight will never end, please don't bother us and don't blame us who are supporting, for example, this guy with Orhei land. Mr. Botnaru, I would like to respond very quickly. I did not mean to have too prudent, but 7 years to review a case, that's exaggerated, that's too much. And all the transfers of the case, if we're speaking about Shore, the case should have been reviewed and some internal interventions should have been done long ago. And we want to know who is guilty for all of these delays. Yes, at least that's when you know the names, when they are published, that's already a step forward. And it's already a step forward if you can at least identify exactly who participated, who are the judges, how long everything lasted. But what is important, it is not the Minister of Justice or a member of parliament who should come to say that person is guilty, because that's not a good approach. But if the judgments are published, people can read them and they can understand what is happening, and the presumption of innocence will not be violated. But I believe that we had too many cases that were investigated quickly with huge violations of procedure, and after that we had acquittals, and it's very difficult to explain to people, yes, we know that that person is guilty, but nevertheless. So it's important for the prosecution to do good investigations, not over the night, and this is an essential thing. And for us not to have people that on the one hand are stealing and on the other hand are creating political parties and so on. We need clarity in terms of funding of political parties, and we already have a good initiative of the Minister of Justice in this regard, and I hope that they continue with it, and I hope that clarity is brought regarding the regulation of activity of foundation, and we have to define clearly what a foundation is, because we should not use the term of foundation to hide ways of influencing the electorate by corruption. I think this can be done. Thank you, Nadezhda.
Thank you very much. And the promised question to Mr. Litvinenko. Mr. Minister, how would you arrange the deficiency in such a way that makes sense when Mr. Musteatu said? He said that the first is the examination time frame, after that is the vulnerability to corruption, then he spoke about the lack of space, working space, the level of equipment. You spoke a million times about it, but if you will be able to give a order, a priority of these deficiencies mentioned by Mr. Musteatu. And my second request, I have the impression that due to normal populism, people exaggerate the level of theft, the level of villas, the level of, so they showcase these villas, and in the shadow it's left the level of incompetence, which is equally as serious. The same about the doctors. If they are not with updated information, if they don't know the relevant updated medicine, they lose patients. I would say that it's the same for the judges or the justice makers. We need to pay attention to the level of competence. Thank you so much. We made a lot of notes, and I would like to respond to some comments, remarks, but I would like to start with your questions and with your second question to be more concrete. If to speak about this, we have many discussions, and some of them are contradictory regarding the potential vetting not only of the integrity as we know it in a classical definition, but also to evaluate a part which is qualified as level of professionalism, and on the other hand it can be seen as a broader sense of integrity. What you were saying, level of competence or well-being, maleficent intention, when there are some sentences approved by the judicial system. In the previous days, I was speaking with an expert from the World Bank, with which we spoke about this topic as well. And the expert came with this solution: for us to try and find a regulation for the external vetting to identify the level of professionalism, the level of competence versus non-competence based on some decisions or based on previous decisions which can be seen as outrageous, and decisions which they took and they are seen as illegal all the way from the space. For example, I can give you here an example: the sentence or the decision which is seen very serious. I'm referring here to the decision to cancel the results of the local elections in Chisinau for the municipality. So the decision was taken by a judge, later on approved by the appeal court and the Supreme Court of Justice at that time. So this decision was obviously wrong. It's an illegal without a legal ground, and it contradicts the democratic values. But despite of the visible character of this decision, the decision was supported in the appeal court and in the Supreme Court of Justice. So I support this proposal. In the process of international vetting, or when we are completing the list of criteria, to take into account the level of competence based on previous, obviously wrong decisions. If to speak about the situation that Moldova is in today, or the reasons, I would say that there are many of them, including the one mentioned by Mr. Musteț, and I might add to the list another one which I feel is fundamental, being no real desire of the political arena to do a change. Yes, in the electoral time, in the electoral campaign, yeah, everybody was shouting that they want a change. But if to analyze who these people are, once they are part of the wrongdoing, I am skeptic that once they are elected and once being empowered, having the opportunity to bring a independent justice, I doubt it that they will continue in this process, because the independent justice does not care who took the decision to make an independent justice. It takes into account the rule of law, and it analyzes the activities of the person if they did a illegal thing or not. Not looking at the person because they voted for the reform. And I'm even looking at other countries in politicians who promoted the justice reform, and then ultimately they were prosecuted by the same justice sector. Because what can I say? A courageous general prosecutor, a courageous judge, an independent judge does not look at the past and what did that politician did in the past, maybe for the country, maybe for the system, but they analyze their activity within the rule of law. Yes, I remember the quotation, we are brothers, but the law is the law. Yes, I agree, the law is taken into account. And we have another situation when we have a good government. Maybe I'm subjective, maybe I'm biased here because I participated in supporting and creating this government, but I would like to say that there are no problems of integrity. Of course, I cannot vouch for every single member of the government, but if to speak about my colleagues that lead the party, I think there's no integrity issue with any of these colleagues. I don't think they did any illegal things. And taking into account this vision, I am optimist to declare that the government will go until the end. They have no reason to be afraid of an independent justice, much expected by the citizens. By the way, speaking about Basescu, if you will find out that one of your colleagues bought a car, very expensive car, but declared that it only costed $500, what will you do? Well, obviously, I replied before to this question. It could happen. It could happen at some point that people from the government or people that were promoted in higher position are making wrong steps. This is not excluded because you know what it happens. When an individual obtains power, there is the risk that the power will corrupt the individual. Obviously, in this case, there cannot be any other reply than total independence, rule of law, no matter who is that person. It could be a party colleague, member of the parliament, local councilman, local councilwoman, city hall mayor. Everybody is under the rule of law. Okay, then let's bet on it. What date is today? Is the 18th of November. Let's make a bet that if this happens, you will apply the law like you just said. God forbid, I don't encourage people to do wrong steps, but I take a bet. And I would like to read a comment from Vlas Gheorghe for Mr. Munteanu. And I would like to, before reading it, I would like to open the Q&A session. The Q&A session is open for the audience in the room, but also we can take questions from Zoom, from different social networks. So if you have additional comments to what Mr. Litvinenko said, Mr. Musteatsu, please take the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. Musteatsu. To reply to your question, why are we in this situation? I would like to say the following. The society tolerated this situation as well. And later, my colleagues or the speakers mention additional important points which I think are important to highlight. You mentioned the laundromat. You mentioned the legal amendments which were done by the political players, adopted by the government, adopted by the parliament, and without this formal approval. it would not have been possible to have the decisions which led to this laundromat. Moreover, let's not forget that in the components of the Superior Council of Magistracy and in other councils, there are people named by the government and by the parliament. So in the colleges we have from the Ministry of Justice, and in the council they are designated by the parliament. Therefore, many of the decisions adopted by the bodies mentioned earlier cannot be claimed to be only of the judiciary. And also we should mention here that after the amendment of the Constitution, we will have 12 members, out of which will be 6 judges and 6 designated by the parliament. In addition, to say that everything is the fault of the judges and everything is the responsibility of the judges, it's not fair. We have different composition. Also, I would like to mention that the Superior Council of Magistracy was criticized a lot in the latest time, especially by the opposition party representative, and any naming is criticized. Any person named is criticized. But at the same time, the order for naming a person in the position was signed by the president, and naming a judge to the Superior Court of Justice were voted by the members of the parliament, including by members of the parliament who criticize these individuals, these newly appointed judges. Thank you so much. Do you have a comment to what was said? Yes, I have a brief comment. When we are talking about solving roots, complex roots which lead to organized crime, schemes, big corruption, I think that we don't understand the entire complexity of these cases. Because thinking and inventing a sophisticated scheme needs a lot of brain power. It's not Mr. Petru from the village creating such a scheme. We are talking about specialists in banks and finances, legal specialists who know the laws. So these schemes are extremely complex. In order to identify these schemes, we need a lot of time, knowledge, money. We need to collect evidences. We need to collect the evidences in a right way so that they are admitted into court. Also, let's not forget that high corruption schemes were not prepared by simple people, but by maleficent individuals who wanted to steal from the state. And also, let's not forget that we have lawyers, legal specialists, which went to law school, have the necessary knowledge to make sure that all of these steps are under the law. Therefore, these lawyers are going to attack every evidence that is brought in by the prosecutor. In addition to this, the schemes take from the beginning the involvement of the justice sector. Of course, these risks are analyzed. What happens if we are discovered, if we are taken to court, how we can protect ourselves, and so on. And also, they delegate some of the justice maker from the beginning if they are caught, who can bring them an advantageous decision and who cannot. So it's not that easy. It's not that easy to prove these cases, to collect the evidences, to have them admitted into court, to have these evidences resist the attacks from the lawyers, and what it means to prove such a case in front of the court. This is a huge challenge. Okay, then I will be the devil's advocate. because I like to do that. But still, the judges, weren't they used in such a way that they become the tool to beat the rebels? Okay, I agree with Mr. Litvinenko, who said that on democratic road, the society was able to replace potential dictators, potential authoritarians. So democracy works. We have democracy. But then I try to be the advocate of the judges, right? Who did wrong steps. Let's say they bought a very expensive car and declared it's very cheap, and then they stole some other things, but they never made it to the level of being a crucial tool used by the politicians in creating authoritarian regimes like we see in other countries, like with foreign agents in Russia. So we need to take this risk into account. Are we at their level? Are the judges at that level yet? Are they almost ready to be used as tool to create such regimes? And was there the risk to happen in Moldova? What happened in Asia, in the Caucasian mountains? Can you let us know what is your impression? I would like to say very briefly, we do not even need the judges here. We don't need an army. I'm certain that a big number of judges and prosecutors are well-intentioned people, but they don't have access to these files. They are usually targeting, and they are active in files that target poor people. Such well-behaved prosecutors are not even given access to high-level corruption cases. So this is what stops them. We should do like Lukashenko, to analyze every single scheme, and this leads to identifying the corrupt elements and to use one tool for all of them. For example, in the case of the laundromat, Moldova was just a crossing point and a destination for some funds which were laundered from another system. So we were one of the link, or the weak link. Uh, let's not forget that we are part of bigger things. The same like the Turkish teachers were expatriated from Moldova. Why many Turkish teachers live well in Romania and they're not expatriated? Because they have a stronger mechanism for applying the law. Whilst in Moldova we have such favors done to certain prosecutors and judges. We are often said that corruption is happening everywhere around the globe, and it's even more complicated for regimes which declare they are democratic, but in reality they are authoritarians, where one individual controls and makes the law and says, I will do what I want. And then it's easier in other countries which declare openly that they are authoritarian, whilst in these countries where they are hiding their intentions and declare they are democratic, it's even harder to react. Okay, I understand. I have a question from the social networks for you. Moldova is well known for good laws that nobody applies into practice. Usually the reforms are imposed by the external factors and they don't reach the results in short term. For example, the creation of the National Institute of Justice was not even supported by the judges, and the institution was sabotaged by the lack of involvements of judges. How do we ensure this time that all the legislation approved by this government is applied into practice by the judges and prosecutors? Okay, before I reply to your question, I would like to agree with Mr. Munteanu, who gave a good example regarding the case of Turkish professors who were expatriated from Moldova. And I would like to say that yes, this is true. In the Republic of Moldova, there was the risk to become a true dictatorial state. I think in 2019 there was a true danger because we did not have active institutions, and we can compare here the case of Turkish professors and their faith in Moldova and what happened to them in Moldova, and compare their case with the Turkish professors in Romania, where they analyzed the situation, they went according to the procedure, and they decided that the Turkish professors are not to be expatriated. Whilst in Moldova, these professors were grabbed, put into a van, and put into the airplane and sent God knows where. And we all know what happened to these people. So the essence of the rule of law, or the main element of rule of law, is to build these institutions which could say no, no matter who is in the leadership, if the leadership is planning to not abide by the law. If to speak about the question from the social network, yes, I can say we have a big problem in Moldova when we have good laws which are often copied from other countries. Sometimes mot a mot they are copied, especially from relevant countries like Romania, where we don't even need to translate it because it's in Romanian. But of course, the implementation is more problematic. If to speak about the vetting itself, the main element of this vetting, as we propose it and as we would like to implement it, and this is why maybe the process that some people wanted to be completed in 3 months is actually a little bit more delayed, is the fact that implementation will be done by international experts, or at least our partners will have a word to say by delegating international experts in the direct process of applying the law. And this gives me hope and makes me believe that compared to other cases when we try to copy strategies, laws, methods, we only copy them but didn't work in reality. And we hope that in this case, in this attempt, it will be another situation. Thank you so much. I see that Nadezhda Hryptevsky would like to say a few words. I kindly ask the producers to bring back Nadezhda. Thank you so much. I wanted to intervene at this question, which was given to Mr. Munteanu and to Mr. Litvinenko, regarding the fact that the justice contributed or not to installing a dictatorship. And I would like to remind you, just like Mr. Litvinenko said, let me remind you 2019 June. What happened then? We were at the limit of this step to become a dictatorship. And what happened in 2019, I think it's important to be analyzed and to learn the lessons, because we are at the forum and we're talking about the lessons learned. So we had a very brief government back then, ruled by PAS and the Socialist Party, and they wanted to unify their forces to stop, or I don't know how to say, to stop the avalanche which was taking us on the wrong path. So it was an effort, and it was essential effort for the judiciary sector, and the judicial sector, the judges, were at the edge. The NGOs and the journalists that I already see in the audience, and I invited them to intervene if they would like, if they remember, about a few years we had no access to information. I can say from 2017 to 2019 we had no access to the judicial sector, to the judges, to the courts, because there were some unwritten orders from the leadership which forbade judges to communicate about the process of justice. We organized many workshops and we spoke about the independence of judges and how they communicate with the press, and we spoke about the fact that there are many associations of judges, and actually this workshop was taken as a danger to create an association, and many judges were told that any cooperation with our legal resources center will not be okay. And I want to say that this response is not okay. This response is not equal with a democratic ruling. There were few judges who allowed themselves to participate to many open events, who were able to communicate openly. And we had another extremely serious case and very shameful for our country, which we had a judge excluded from the system because she spoke her mind, and this was not according to the preference of other judges. So after many political changes, my conclusion is that the judicial system was never completely controlled by certain forces, but it was controlled by key people. Okay, Nadezhda, but let's imagine that I'm in a talk show and I am obligated to stop you now and to ask you, what is your personal opinion? I cannot ask the minister because he is in a disadvantageous position. He cannot say a personal opinion. So I'm asking you, why the Constitutional Court back then took their luggages and left? Did they receive an order? Somebody made a calculation that is more rational to make them all quit in order to maintain their reputation, or maybe they were ashamed of that decision, or what happened? And was there a situation when the judges who look guilty were leaving from their position, and compromised individuals, of course compromised but not proven, compromised people decided to quit, and after that the power changed, the politicians changed, and the page changed, and they said you don't need to quit, you need to stay in your position and serve us further. So my question is, why the Constitutional Court left then and avoided a disaster, and if it's possible to do this cleaning process like Luchinsky proposed, let's turn the page, let's not do any vetting, let's pretend that we are starting anew. Do you think that this method could work here? I cannot tell you with certainty. I just can tell you my impression. I don't know all the judges who quit their position. I never had a discussion with them. But my impression is the following. People quit because they understood that what they did is so serious that if they stay in their position, they are going to be fired or excluded. I think the most important thing was the signal from the development partners, because many times, or for a long time, it was very complicated to explain to development partners the fact that Moldova was going on a extremely bad road, if you remember, including Mr. Plahotniuk, who was pretty well received in the office of different partners, development partners, and including many development partners and institutions like the European Council and many other relevant people were communicating with them, and it was very important to make it clear to them. And it's important that the Venice Commission issued that decision on the behavior of the Constitutional Court judges, and it's not acceptable. So the judges understood, I suspect, that they did a huge error, and they left. Some left to maintain their reputation, others left to be able to manipulate the system from the backstage. And I see their influence at the present time, especially looking at the attempts to create the general meeting of the judges.
So we've seen the situation before, the attempts that they did before the Maya Sandu government went down, and there are some other attempts later. So the short answer is that they left, in my opinion, some of them because they were ashamed. Others understood that they cannot do anything in those positions, so it was better for them to leave in order to be able to influence things from behind the curtain. Also, I believe that these changes were very important for the judiciary because at least some stakeholders from the judiciary understood that they cannot be used already to be blamed or take the guilt for everything. So I believe that the judges will not afford to do such irregularities as was done back then by the Constitutional Court. And that hesitation showed that there are many centers of influence, but at least it's not one single center of influence, because it's good to have two or three that are kind of fighting among themselves rather than having only one point of influence that is managing and influencing everybody. And there are lessons learned from that, and I am addressing now to the politicians in particular. We have to understand that we will have a rule of law only when the judiciary has a critical mass of correct and fair people that cannot be influenced regardless of the government. So now we have a government, even if it is well intentioned, but unless well, of course, there can be some exceptions, but unless correct, integer people are promoted, then we cannot get rid of the bad practices, because we've seen how many judges tried to find protection among politicians, and this is not a good thing. I was very much surprised, frankly speaking, and this was my biggest disappointment, because my expectation was that when they see all of these statements of 2019 that the judiciary will join, and that, okay, let's go quickly to the ministry, do the changes that do not allow us for years to work well, to ensure a more balanced workload, not to start to fight among each other with the general meetings that were obviously unlawful. I'm not speaking about the General Assembly per se, but the attempt to revoke the members of the Superior Council of Magistracy. But this attempt showed that the judiciary cannot cleanse itself from within. And that is why an involvement of the politics is needed, of course, together with the judiciary. But this involvement should be done in a way that will ensure that we will not limit our efforts, and we will focus on integer people that can cope with various influences and resist them. And I have to say that I'm very disappointed in the current Superior Council of Magistracy, Mr. Mustelzo. I'm sorry, it's not only you, but I mean everyone who did not have enough votes to propose Mrs. Puica, for example. That was a great opportunity when it was for sure that the parliament would vote integer people in the judiciary. There are not so many, and it was a pity when those who are very good and are not supported enough by the self-management parties. Thank you very much, Nadezhda. Let's welcome Mr. Stanislav Pavlovsky. I hope it is Stanislav Pavlovsky Day, not somebody else with this name. So he's writing that we should be talking about real problems. They are much more serious, and we cannot have amateur approaches to solve them. Well, Mr. Pavlovsky, I have the right to be amateur. I'm even not an expert, but from the speeches of the experts, I think we can derive some real diagnosis, as Mr. Munteanu did at a general level, or more concrete, as Mr. Mustatsu said. If he's speaking about lack of spaces for judges, I think that's a very concrete issue, and other concrete things. But we encourage you to participate with concrete objections and criticism. We will thank you for criticism as well. So we have one more question. I think we have time to answer it. So hello, thank you for the discussions. I have a question to speakers and so on. So what measures should be taken in order to diminish the risk of reform failure? Respectful T. Osoiano. So who would like to answer what measures are taken to decrease risks of failure? So we need to take all the measures in order to avoid failure. That's obvious. We have to implement the government program to conduct this assessment with the support of our partners and in compliance with international standards. Mrs. Hryptievsky spoke about this. Well, you did not want to address this question to me. I don't want to answer this question why those judges of the Constitutional Court that during the period of 6 to 14 June 2019 issued some decisions, including the fact that 3 months equals 90 days, though it is not always so. I will not answer why they left. I do not think that it is about shame. I would rather believe it's something else involved, but you know what the problem is? They left after committing some acts that also shocked the international public opinion. Back then, the Venice Commission had to step in by saying that a parliament cannot be dissolved only because Mr. Plahotniuc wanted that. But now we are in a situation where those people have not been sanctioned in any way for the things they've done. And I remember some processes were initiated in relation to those events, but unfortunately they were not finished. I don't have anything personally against those who signed those decisions, whether don't call them or not, to ask them to leave. But the problem is that when some irregularities are not sanctioned, though they are very severe, then there is a risk for those that are in certain positions, not necessarily the same positions, to do similar irregularities. So as long as severe things are done and there is evidence, they should be sanctioned, because otherwise we can end up in a situation when we repeat the mistakes made in the past. I fully agree with you, Minister. So I would like to draw the attention of Mr. Pavlovsky that in this session we are analyzing the lessons learned from the past. We try to analyze where some small steps were done or half steps were done. Step by step, some power was acquired in a toxical way, and a phenomenon was established that was suffocating the whole country and became unbearable. And in this regard, myself, that I made reports around those institutions with people protesting in tents, and I'm very curious who brought them, those athletes in tents that aggressed me. Thanks God, only verbally. They were at one step, maybe it sounds pathetically or exaggerated, but they were one step away from a civil war. And in this case, ordinary people would have been involved and affected. I was looking at those women that were kind of humiliated, and they were brought by omnibuses, and they were frank, saying that they came for money. Everything melted like a snow. Everything disappeared. So that's why I had that curiosity. What the court members did, well, that's history. But everything that followed, this fog around or network around myself as a journalist and as a citizen, I'm interested. Well, not necessarily to review this case in the court, but maybe an investigation or discussion, a roundtable discussion maybe. We would like to understand what happened so that no one else would like to do the same. For people not to go hunt in the forest, even if someone insists that they will get some meat as a result of it. So we are now close to the lunch break. Mr. Gribincha, do you allow us to go eat? Mr. Gribincha, on behalf of the Swedish embassy and government, allows us to use this time for lunch. And I would like to thank speakers. I would like to thank those who were patient enough to watch us, and I invite you to participate after the lunch, especially those that are watching by internet. So please be back, ask questions, make comments, make some recommendations maybe, because after lunch we have a very interesting session. We will be speaking about judicial vetting. So I finish here and I give the floor to Liliana Barbaroshie, a reporter at Radio Free Europe, who will moderate the next session. I would like to thank the hosts, Digital Park, Legal Resources Center from Moldova, the Moldovan government, and the Swedish embassy. And also, I would like to thank all those who are helping and making our life easy with translation, equipment, and so on. Thank you very much. See you after lunch. So it is written here very clearly at 2:30 p.m.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the forum. We are continuing the discussions, and in the second panel we are speaking about judicial vetting. As you well know, the authorities see this measure as something absolutely mandatory for the justice reform. They want to apply this procedure starting with 2022. I would like to remind you that the two main problems of the justice sector are the lack of independence and the presence of corruption. So in order to remove these two issues, the political arena wants to use this judicial vetting. First of all, I would like to speak about what is this. This is a integrity testing. They want to assess the capacity of judges and prosecutors, about 1,000 individuals. Why this judicial vetting is seen as external evaluation? We are speaking about external vetting because it comes from outside of the judicial or justice system. So the external experts will be as mediator of this process, where this is applied in Albania, partially in Ukraine, and we are going to find out what are the successes of this method. And the main question that we have today, what are the perspective of this method in Moldova? And the referees proposed. So in order to launch the second panel, I would like to invite next to me the following speakers. We are going to speak today with Mr. Iulian Rusu, Secretary of State from the Ministry of Justice. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Rusu. We also talk with Madam Nina Cernat, member of the Superior Council of Magistracy. Welcome, Madam Cernat. Welcome to our forum today. We are going to be connected through teleconference Mr. Geroyen Hoyer, head of unit from DG Just from the European Commission. I hope very much that Mr. Hoyer hears us. He is online with us. Thank you for the confirmation and welcome. Next speaker is Yulinda Bekirai. She is also joining us through teleconference. She represents the Bingham Center for Rule of Law. She's a senior fellow there. Welcome, madam. Also, we have through teleconference Mikhailov Zernaco. He is a chair of the De Jure Foundation from Ukraine. Mr. Zernakov, welcome as well. And we have also Mr. Iulian Groza, who is the Executive Director of the Institute for European Policies and Reforms. We have 6 speakers, 3 connected online and 3 present here in front of you. First of all, I would like to invite you to see a Vox Populi segment. I kindly ask the colleagues from our colleagues to launch it. Have you heard about the idea for the judges and prosecutors to be vetted to see which one are clean and which one no? Yes, no, yes, yes, I heard. I think that the assessment should be done. Yes. This is not a popular opinion, but it should happen. I think that external experts having not having a reason for being corrupted should come to do this external evaluation. Yes, they can come with an opinion, but they should not intervene. The experts can bring their ideas, their proposals, but nothing else. Is there a risk? Well, as long as our people don't do anything, there's no risk. Once you start doing something, there are some risks. I think that they should be evaluated, but I don't think it should. Other experts should come to do the vetting, because it proves that Moldovans are not good to do the vetting. But wouldn't this help? I think this is an internal problem. I have nothing against. They can come to help us to stop this process of corruption. All the judges and prosecutors should be verified. I mean, yes, it would be good to have external vetting, maybe in a cooperation with a Moldovan mission, but why not have an internal commission of vetters, and to see who is honest stays in the system, who not can go to prison. I think that we need external experts, because our own workers, our own individuals prove that they cannot do the vetting and the corruption continues. So these were the opinion of simple citizens collected in the streets about the vetting process, very relevant in my point of view. We're going to come back to this Vox Populi segment, but now I would like to introduce Serena Macrinich, who is program director of Legal Resources Center, and she has some fact sheets or some data from which we can launch in the discussion. Hello everyone and welcome. I would like to show you several results of a survey conducted by the Legal Resources Center at the end of 2020. And the results are connected with the topic discussed in this panel. Just a second. I'm trying to share my screen. Just give me a few seconds. Well, the first question from this survey refers to the topic of if the respondent agrees that the solutions or sentences provided by the judges are equitable and they are offered without external influence. And I would like to share my screen so that you can see their response, the results. But I have some technical issues. Okay, I hope that now you see it on your screen. So you see the question and the replies of this question. And we can see that the majority of judges, about 83%, agree with this sentence, that the solutions and sentences offered by the judges are equitable and adopted without external influence. Another number said that they agree, and a very low percentage of lawyers, about 26%, agreed with this sentence. Whilst the prosecutors, about half of them agree. And if to continue looking at the numbers, only 14% of judges says that they do not agree, and 45% of judges don't agree with this sentence, and they consider that the judges have external influences. And actually, this percentage shows the distrust of lawyers and prosecutors in the sentences of the judges. The next question in the same survey was the following: how much do you agree with external vetting of the justice sector? I would like to remind you that in 2019, the running government launched the proposal proposal to do the vetting of prosecutors, judges, and to be done by an external independent commission. And we see a different reaction of the judges on one hand and of lawyers on the other hand. Only 21% of lawyers and 25% of prosecutors support this initiative versus not supporting this initiative about half of the judges and prosecutors, about 56%. These numbers prove the fact that not all judges and prosecutors like the idea of external vetting. And we see in the middle of the screen there are some numbers which show that many judges and prosecutors and lawyers have a neutral position regarding this initiative. Thank you for providing me the chance to present the data. This is all from my side, and I wish you interesting discussions. Thank you so much as well, Madam Macrinich, for your intervention. Now we're going to launch the discussions, and we're going to give the floor to Mr. Iulian Rusu, who is a State Secretary within the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Rusu, at this moment in time, the concept was elaborated for the judicial vetting. It was published. The ministry started to collect suggestions from different actors involved. Probably this concept will be sent for verification, for improvement. This is where we are at the moment. We're waiting from your side to present this concept. What does it include? What do you propose to achieve with it? But first of all, I would like to ask you a question. So, the development partners say the following: you need to ensure that this is ultima ratio measure. What does this mean? A measure that you apply when everything else failed. So I would like your reply. Are we there? Are we at the ultima ratio measure? Have we tried everything else? Thank you so much, Liliana, for your question. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to your forum. Well, the conclusions regarding the fact if we are there, if this is the right measure, there were different conclusions throughout the time. First of all, I would like to say that we are aware of many episodes where the justice sector, judges, prosecutors, and many other staff members, executors, lawyers, were involved in different organized crime activities. So there are several examples which are absolutely preposterous, like we can speak here about the Russian laundromat and many episodes of the banking fraud. And this is only the top of the iceberg, I think. What we think is more complex, these data come from our development partners, and the data indicates on some serious problems related to organized crime, where many representatives of our justice system are involved as well. Unfortunately, I will not go into details regarding the forms of organized crimes, but these exist. So this was the reason for other countries to select this mechanism for vetting. I would also like to mention that the Ministry of Justice understands that this vetting process, and we proposed a concept. This process is very complicated to be run, and we need three main conditions. First of all, we need a political will in this sense, which we notice to exist. The second one is related to a support from the development partners. which will be involved in this exercise. And the third important condition is to have sufficient financial and human resources to do this entire process. I would like to comment here. The understanding of the Ministry of Justice is not that the entire justice system is corrupt. No, we don't believe this. We believe that a good part of the representative of this system are good people. But there are other bad apples who denigrate the entire justice process and discourage other honest professionals to stay and continue their activity in the system. There are other problems, major problems, like a big volume of cases, like insufficient human resources, insufficient support staff for prosecutors and judges, a lack of investigation officers who can act rapidly, who can do investigation of organized crime activities. So by external vetting, we will not remove these problems. I want to make it very clear. The vetting is not a universal solution which will solve all our problems, but it is a mechanism which can bring many benefits. In this sense, it's very important to say this message and to repeat it. We support good professionists from our system, and the vetting will not affect them in any way, as long as they fill in with honesty and with professionalism their duty. If to speak about the mechanism itself, we have a concept with the following proposal. First of all, if we look at institutional framework, we have three structures that we would like to create. The International Monitoring Commission, which is going to be composed of external experts or foreign experts, and they will have a very important mission to select the members of Evaluation Commission and of the council, in order to make sure that this process, this exercise, it's not annulled, it's not discharged. And we do understand that an appeal mechanism is necessary, and it's dictated by a fair trial process mentioned by the Venice Commission and other development partners. So we create these three structures. After that, this means that the international mission will select 12 members of the Evaluation Commission and 7 members of the Appeal College or Council. And this is considered enough by the Venice Commission to go through this process correctly. We propose to evaluate generally the integrity of the professionals. We're talking about judges and prosecutors, and this touches upon the following aspects. Certainly, the income, lifestyle, and expenses that they occurred. We're talking about the judges, prosecutors, and their family members. If we analyze the work volume, it's a big one, because we are speaking about more than 1,000 individuals and their relatives. So it's about a coefficient of 7 per person should be applied. So when they analyze a file, they will analyze 7 individuals. They will analyze their assets, their goods, their lifestyle, and their expenses. We're also interested to evaluate the integrity, including professional integrity side, and their activities that could affect the image and the reputation of the system. But we are not touching upon aspects like justifying in a certain case. We're So if we're talking about the private convictions of the judges, this is their right. And we have 3 levels of jurisdictions in order to filter as much as possible all the human errors that can occur in the process of justice. We want to do this vetting in different phases. We target, first of all, the higher courts and the general prosecutors' offices, and going top to bottom in order to avoid blockages that happen in Albania. This vetting will be done based on a schedule, which does not mean to suspend all the judges at the same time, but phase by phase, step by step, so that we avoid other problems. We mentioned at the beginning that the justice sector has many problems, including a high number of cases. For example, we have judges from the center jurisdictions that have 1,000 active cases per year. This is an impossible number, and this can generate sufficient risks of mistakes, elementary mistakes or regular mistakes, because of the extreme volume of cases on them. We want, first of all, to coordinate the concept and the proposal of law with our development partners. We have several recommendations, opinions of the Venice Commission, and we are going to continue working with our partners on all of these points and recommendations, including with the European Commission, with the representative of EU in Chisinau. We're going to work with the representatives of other states that have diplomatic presence in Moldova, EU states, United States, and other partners. We want to avoid mistakes that were done in other jurisdictions, unfortunately. This is why, and I would like to use the opportunity that at the moment the 2 councils, Superior Council of Magistracy and the other council, have an expire mandate. We want to, first of all, assess the integrity of the candidates who apply to become members of these 2 institutions. This is a mandatory exercise, and it's a premise, it's a precondition of the vetting process. And the advantage is that we separate the management bodies, and we give the possibility to the General Council of Prosecutors and General and Superior Council of Magistracy to select from vetted candidates, from people that were verified and they were deemed integral. So basically, this vetting will have 2 phases, the evaluation of the candidates, and then later on the vetting of the current judges and prosecutors. We have other additional measures to compensate the risks or mitigate the risks, but we are going to touch upon them later. Thank you so much. We would also like to thank you, Mr. Rusu, for your thoughts. Now we go to Madam Nina Cernat, member of the Superior Council of Magistracy. We've seen from this Vox Populi that generally people support this procedure of judicial vetting, and from the data presented by Madam Macrinich, the data showed that actually the players in the system don't see with good eyes this exercise. And Madam Cernat, in 2019, when I heard for the first time about this concept, I would have asked you back then, how do you see this measure? But now, coming back to the present, I see that this exercise is inevitable. So I will change my question. How do we make sure, from the perspective of the Superior Council of Magistracy, how do we make sure that this is going to be a good exercise, a good method? Where do you see the most important points that we need to take into account? What do we need to pay attention to? I see that your microphone is not on. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to come to this forum. I would like to mention that this topic proposed for the debates is of great importance for the judicial sector, for the judges, and especially for the society. The national legislation does not include external judicial vetting of judges and prosecutors. Therefore, each state has an exclusive right to decide if this vetting is needed or not. So such a procedure can be applied only if all the necessary precondition exist and if the conclusion is that there's no other measure. So looking at the system right now, we can conclude that the premises proving the need of this vetting are here. So we are there. And I would like to speak on behalf of the judges because we talked about this topic while meeting at the Superior Council of Magistracy, at other meetings with the judges. So at the moment, the evaluation and selection procedures of judges do not give the necessary results. This is why the need for judicial external vetting occurred. This is a tougher procedure which can be done one time, and a procedure which will lead to elimination from the system of multiple judges and prosecutors. And according to Superior Council of Magistracy, this procedure will be applied not only for the judges and prosecutors, but it will be applied to other players in the justice sector. And I would like to mention here the Intelligence Service Agency, Agency for Integrity, so agencies that monitor the activity of the judges and the prosecutors. And we need to have a good cooperation, and without the vetting of these institutions, we cannot be certain. Not even the Superior Council of Magistracy, not even other council could motivate a decision to select a candidate or to reject a candidate. So we need this vetting. You know that our council was oftentimes criticized for the lack of rationale for their decisions to approve one judge or another. This is why I think that this judicial vetting will help, and we discussed this topic with the Ministry of Justice. It was created a working group, and at the moment this project was submitted to all of the relevant authorities which are part of the justice sector in order to get familiar with the concept and propose improvements in this concept. And if I can speak about the judicial sector, it's important that this judicial vetting process to be implemented in conformity with the law and in conformity with the standards promoted by international institutions, and including with the approval of the Superior Council of Magistracy and the Superior Council of Prosecutors, which are the two bodies in charge of naming or firing the judges. So we want to do this process based on well-defined criteria, which are public, which are published, and we need to give the judges and the prosecutors the right to appeal the decision. And a main requirement of the rule of law is the transparency and separation of powers in the state. And of course, this needs to be respected. And according to these principles, the judges, no matter if they were elected or named, they must be guaranteed their mandate until the end of the mandate. The judge cannot be removed outside of the legal framework, and they must receive the right to defend themselves. And every for every step, we need to have a independent body, independent from the executive and legislative power. And we need to we need to function in line with the international standard, which the Council wants to do. And the vetting must be done by a body who corresponds to an independent tribunal according to the Convention for Human Rights. Otherwise, the entire process will be affected and it will be compromised.
I would like also to say that the external vetting should be ensured in an open and transparent way of selecting the candidates and future members of this committee on the basis of their competence, to ensure the presence of former judges, former prosecutors that know the situation from within the system. They know the gaps, the problems in the system, and by removing any attempted crashes from outside. So the external vetting mechanism should be designed in a way that would diminish to the minimum the political interferences. The vetting criteria should be objective and clear in order to avoid arbitrary use of the procedure. It is necessary to set standards for data collection in order to avoid misuse of this system. The vetting criteria should be developed on the basis of the experience of other countries such as Albania, Ukraine, Georgia, taking into account the peculiarity of the country and the reasons that generated this situation in the judiciary, in order to avoid any suspicions that the vetting is done for political purposes. The Ukrainian experience showed that many judges eliminated from the system as a result of the extraordinary vetting were reinstated in their position on the basis of decision issued by the European Court of Human Rights. So we have to make sure that we avoid mistakes made by other countries. And I would like to describe now a thing which, in my opinion, is of major importance. These are the actions of the government that have to be taken out once the vetting ends, and once a part of corrupt judges and prosecutors are eliminated from the system. So it is necessary to analyze and to understand the premises that resulted in corruption, and measures should be taken in order to avoid them and ensure proper operation of the system. There is a low trust level in the judiciary and the prosecution system for many years already. They being perceived as dependent on the politics and affected by corruption, acting for the interest of narrow groups. This perception is formed not only on the basis of the actions of some judges, but also as a result of the publicly made statements by some politicians and by the media. It is needed for any stakeholders, politicians, judges, prosecutors, media, ordinary people, to change their attitude towards judiciary, towards justice sector. The relevant authorities should monitor the activity of the justice sector. Regarding the judiciary, depending on the outcomes of the vetting, which will result in the elimination of corrupt judges, in 3-5 years, the situation will resume, or the same situation will come back in 3 years if the same conditions are maintained: low salaries, huge caseload, and other factors. It is well known that all of the social guarantees obtained by judges as a result of the laws in 1995, 1996 were withdrawn in the past years, and the and the new entrants, the new judges, have a too low salary to justify their workload. The Supreme Council of Magistracy recommended a draft law which identifies some sources for additional remuneration, and I am referring to the law on state tax. In this regard, it would be good to follow the example of Ukraine and Romania, where after the vetting, the salaries have increased significantly. And I would like to say that a financially independent justice sector will be able to cope with external pressures. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you as well, Mrs. Chernat. So I want to remind you that we are discussing in the second panel about judicial vetting. And now we invite Jeroen Hoyer, Head of Unit DG Just European Commission. So if you are with us, Mr. Hoyer, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. I hear a lot of echo in my, now it's better, I think. I'm very happy to be here, and I have to apologize that this only on the screen. I would have loved to be there with you, but in the current circumstances with the pandemic, it's unfortunately very difficult to travel between our two countries, and I hope this will change very quickly. Let me say that we at the Commission, we are very positive about the commitment of the new government to focus on the rule of law and on justice reforms that we discussed today. But at the same moment, I must warn you a little bit and tell you, please don't rush too much. There's pressure, I realize that, but don't rush too much into new law, but choose quality over speed. And that's always important with new legislation. It must be legally watertight. It might be challenged before your court or for international courts. So if you want to improve the rule of law, you have to lead by example. And rushed through legislation normally does not set a good example. We at the Commission and my colleagues, we have quite some experience with supporting justice reform in third countries, in the Western Balkans and in the Eastern Partnership. And we are more than ready to share our experience with you if you want so. A few comments on substance from my side. First is that under European standards, a vetting process is always seen as a measure of last resort. We always say you don't start with heart surgery, you first start with other measures. Take pills, do more exercise, eat better, and only at the end you do the heart surgery. And sometimes we think, you know, people are so enthusiastic, we start with the heart surgery. Something to think about. And why do I say this? Because, and I think the State Secretary also said it himself, it's not a panacea. It won't solve everything. And sometimes I'm a bit worried about the enthusiasm about vetting. And I understand that people think this is tabula rasa. We're going to clean the system. Wonderful. Who can be against this? Nobody. But I can give you one simple example. In Albania, a file for a judge or a prosecutor to be assessed can easily mount up to 2,000 pages of background material about bank accounts, about ownership and what have you, family. So if you then speak about hundreds of people, if not thousands in Moldova, we must realize what this means. We start in the growth process, but we also must realize what this will bring, how long the process will take, how difficult it is going to be, and how much resilience we must have to pursue it. So it will take a lot of time. And in Albania, we speak about 800 judges, and after 4 years, around 450 have been assessed. Now in Moldova, I think we are speaking about around 1,000 judges and prosecutors. So that brings us easily to a period of 5-6 years. I think we must realize this together, what kind of exercise we are embarking upon. Now, I have also some positive news. I think for us, in our experience, what works very well is a good, transparent asset declaration system. And we are convinced that if you have that, you will filter out already 80% of the problems. And also in Albania, the experience is that most of the judges that were filtered out was due to the asset declaration system and not to the professional competences or criminal behavior. I think this is important to think through. And I must say, I listened carefully to what the State Secretary said, and I think it's important to realize that he makes, and rightly, a very interesting distinction between first evaluating the integrity of the new members of the council. And you're in a fortunate position that almost all these members will be replaced very soon. So there will be a separate mechanism up front before the vetting as such starts. And that means because these high judicial councils are what I always call the gatekeepers. They're the gatekeepers of the system. The appointments of new judges, the disciplinary proceedings, the promotions, these councils are very important. So if these councils have a high level of integrity, you do a very smart thing. And we would even plead to take a pause. First do this, see how it works out, and then have a little reflection. What worked, what did not work, before you move on with this vetting system, which really, as I say, will take you years ahead. A few, if you allow me, Chair, a few remarks about the independence and the fairness of the vetting system. We think any vetting proceeding, if you start with this, has always the risk that it will be captured by the system or by political forces that want to control this process. So, as the previous speaker said, the legal framework must absolutely be in line with European standards to have a fair trial, the right to be heard by the individual, give reasoned opinions, and also possibility to appeal. And this happens also in Albania, an appeal against these decisions. And the final decisions can even be challenged before the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. And between brackets, therefore, we think that this legal system should really be seen and approved by the Venice Commission. This is the top authority in this area. We also think that in order to prevent this risk of political control, there should be an independent and impartial institution set up that carries out the vetting. And it's important in our experience that international experts help you to set up and to think through this kind of systems. Another issue which is very important, and I think we are only with lawyers here today, it's something we all like and understand, is the following. We think that it could be useful to reflect on the burden of proof. Who should have the burden of proof? Should it be with the investigating authority, with this new agency or institution? Or rather, it would be our view, that it is for the person that is being investigated to explain and substantiate where these assets come from, why a person has 10 apartments or 5 golden watches or 6 Porsches. I just give an example. And that burden of proof is on the individual. And otherwise it will be very difficult. And this is indeed what happened in Albania. And Albania has even changed the constitution to allow for this. And it was found to be in line with the European Convention. A few words, if you allow me, on the role of expert and international experts. And I heard in a little movie in the beginning that some people were skeptical. They said, we in Moldova, we can do our own business. In our experience, I'm not pleading for myself, but just our experience, is international expertise can help enormously to legitimize the procedure and to ensure citizens to have trust in the process. And replacing this by stronger civil society would be wonderful, but we have to be honest, they will still be part of the domestic society and may be subject to a big amount of pressure on these people. Now, if you have such a system, nevertheless, there should be national ownership. It cannot be that the international community takes the decisions. The decisions will have to be taken by a national authority in your country. That's the same setup in Albania. However, every decision is overlooked by an international body of international observers who have complete access to the files, and they can, even if they don't like what they see, appeal to a decision of the authority. Another example where an international expertise can really help is during the phase in which we are actually now, to set up a new institution or find new members to be at that institution. And in that case, it is important to find a good balance of who decides about the setup. Very briefly, some general remarks about the setup, because I spoke already quite long and I know many people come after me. It's, as I said, important that the international experts have access to the files. Then it will be important, second point, to think about administrative support staff, legal translation, IT experts. IT is very important. Secretarial support, premises, security, and all this costs money. Let's be honest. This is not a cheap thing. It will cost money, but you have to make sure about that whole infrastructure. Then it will take time also to find international expertise, but also to involve them in this process. Fourth point for me is good communication about the process, how it's going, about people that have been condemned, have not been condemned, to communicate this to the outside world so that people can follow this. And my last point on this one is there's no one size fits all. People look at Albania, but Albania is Albania. You're another country. People look at Ukraine, there are interesting lessons to be learned, but it's a different setup. So we have to learn the lessons, but we should not think that there is one mantra for all this. Maybe just a few final remarks. I think I said already, involve, is my advice, involve the Venice Commission as much as you can, and you have been doing that already, and take that advice. Don't run ahead, wait for your advice, see what it means, and how you can incorporate it in your system. Second remark is, this is part of a comprehensive justice reform. Vetting is not the only thing, it's not the only solution. It should be seen as a kind of holistic approach. Just to give you one example, this asset declaration system can and should, in my view, be a permanent system, also in the future, also in 5 years. Another idea is you have a school of magistrates to form and create the new judges of tomorrow. Very important that this is of a high quality, because the judges of tomorrow have to be formed and trained. And last point is about communication to the general public. It's very important to make clear to the people in Moldova that maybe are fed up with corruption and mistrust the system, that this is not a quick win. It will take years before the results will come, before they will see the results. So you have to communicate this, because otherwise you lose the public trust and you lose the public support that you have now. And last point, and just to be positive, we at the Commission, I said it, we really, really are willing to support you, to help you as much as we can, and as much as you wish, of course. Thank you. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hoyer, for this information. Thank you very much. I hope you will be with us during the Q&A session as well. And for Mr. Rusu, we will have the first question in the Q&A session. So, what should we do with the burden of proof? Should we try to inverse it before we start this exercise or during the process? We are wondering what's your opinion regarding this. Now let's continue with the agenda. We have 3 more speakers. Yulinda Bekirai. She is representing the Bingham Center for Rule of Law Senior Fellow. So if you are with us, please.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure how good my internet connection is. I'm speaking from Albania and I'm currently here. And I will cover the ongoing vetting experience in Albania. Some of the things that I will cover resonate the topics or themes that were discussed or brought up by previous experts. And I'm really happy that we are picking up those themes which we consider, all of us consider as relevant. So let me give first a brief background for those who are not familiar with the model chosen and implemented here. So the Constitution of the Republic of Albania was adopted in 1998, but then there were several amendments, 3 amendments, between 1998 and 2012. For the purpose of guaranteeing separation of powers and introducing anti-corruption measures. Nevertheless, despite these smaller, although constitutional fixes, in recent years, researchers, stakeholders, and observers of the political and institutional environment in Albania came to a shared conclusion that the Constitution failed to establish an independent, accountable, and efficient justice system. And the causes of these shortcomings were identified in, for instance, the lack of coherence of the constitutional and legal regulations, high level of corruption in the ranks of judges and prosecutors, low professionalism of judges and prosecutors, and a lack of an efficient mechanism to control them, lack of a clear division of powers among the bodies of the governing system, and disproportionate impact of politics on justice. So the impetus for reform was given by the recognition of Albania as a potential candidate country in 2000, followed by the application for EU membership in 2019, and more recently in 2014, the granting of candidate status. So in October 2014, Albania initiated this comprehensive justice reform process. The process started with the Assembly, the Parliament, deciding to establish a special committee, the Ad hoc Parliamentary Committee for the Justice Reform, which was supported by a group of high-level experts. These were high-ranking representatives of justice institutions, law professors, experts engaged in non-governmental organizations and international partners, including EU and US-funded projects, OSCE, as well as the Venice Commission. This touches upon the point made by the previous speakers about the involvement of national as well as international expertise. So the constitutional amendments were approved in July 2016. So we can think about, so currently we are 5 years after those constitutional amendments. And those were radical amendments. They affected about 1/3 of the Constitution, so redesigned radically the Constitution, the Albanian justice system, and were followed by amendments of more than 30-year laws, 32 to be precise, laws that were newly adopted or amended, which aimed at strengthening the independence and efficiency of the judiciary, introducing accountability mechanisms, depoliticizing the system, as mentioned before, as one of the challenges, enhancing the professionalism of magistrates, as well as establishing anti-deadlock mechanisms for the appointment of judges and prosecutors. The reform laws also included innovative solutions related to the re-evaluation of all sitting judges and prosecutors, the vetting system. So this is to say that the reform was a thorough one, addressing at least 6 objectives, and only one of these was anti-corruption. The other objectives were about strengthening independence, separation of powers, ensuring access to justice, including through provision of legal aid, efficiency, professionalism. So now more specifically on vetting. This comprehensive one-time reevaluation process for all sitting judges and prosecutors is part, as I already said, of the broader package on anti-corruption measures, which include also, among others, the consolidation of anti-corruption in permanently in three special structures, the so-called SPAC structure, special structures on anti-corruption. So a special body on anti-corruption regarding investigation of these practices, similar to the American Federal Bureau of Investigation, a special structure prosecution, the Special Prosecution's Office, and the special court for organized crime and anti-corruption. So the vetting process was aimed at finding proportional and multidimensional, but at the same time pragmatic solution to the three weaknesses in the judicial and prosecutorial system of Albania: corruption, improper influence, and poor professional aptitude. It is anchored in the Albanian constitution, in an annex to the Albanian constitution, so it has a constitutional basis, and there is a specific law that foresees the different institutions and the processes. The vetting process in Albania is a rather exceptional one in terms of scope, because it applies to every magistrate, so judges and prosecutors, as well as some legal, high-level legal assistance. And it has important potential impact on the careers of those undergoing the system. However, the level of corruption and public distrust in the Albanian justice system was considered as justifying such deep-cutting remedies by both international experts as well as domestically, including by the Albanian Constitutional Court at the time. So throughout the inception process and during its implementation, and this once again relates to a point made by the previous speaker, so throughout all the process, inception and implementation, a special role in terms of guidance was played by the Venice Commission. Similar attempts by other countries, Kosovo, Serbia, Ukraine, also provided valuable guidance in the inception of the process. In terms of institutions, the reevaluation procedure, which I'll try to repeat again, was an ad hoc solution accompanied by then permanent institutions or practices to be implemented in the future. So these ad hoc institutions were three, consisting of a first instance commission, the ICQ, the Independent Qualification Commission, an appeal level, the appeal chamber, which is sitting at the Constitutional Court, and the public commissioner with the role, let's say, of with the role to appeal, for instance, the decisions of the first level to the appeal level. In addition, there is this international monitoring operation. So the international experts' involvement, a team of senior experts in law from EU member countries as well as the United States, which is overseeing the process and which oversaw the process, once again, as earlier mentioned, both the establishment of the institutions as well as their activities now, so their operation. The revaluation institutions in Albania are supposed to conduct a multidimensional review of the integrity and proficiency of magistrates, looking at three components: the legitimacy of the assets, it was already discussed and mentioned, a background check with the primary purpose of identifying connections with organized crime, possible connections with organized crime, and the assessment of professional performance, which would determine whether they are professionally qualified for public function or not. The subjects of this mandatory ad hoc reevaluation process are judges and prosecutors at all levels, but also legal advisors to the High Court, to the Constitutional Court, and the previous inspectors that were sitting at the Council of Justice. So if after the review, there is a situation of unexplainable wealth or improper connections or professional deficiencies that are so severe that justify removal from office, then the magistrate or legal officer is dismissed. Or if those deficiencies are not that serious, in the case of professional deficiencies, there is an obligation, the vetting bodies can adopt as a measure not the removal or dismissal of the magistrates, but but an obligation to attend a one-year training at the School of Magistrates. So some of the data was already mentioned once again by the previous speaker. In the latest report of the IQC, so this first level of the vetting, it is showed that out of a total of about 800 assessees, 700 magistrates, and about 100 of these other high-level public legal officials, the IQC has delivered 460 decisions, basically about half confirming in duty the respective judges and prosecutors, and another half that were dismissed. And but what I wanted to mention here, which was also touched upon previously, is the fact that once those reforms about the justice system were planned and were about to be implemented, there were several challenges. And I would mention here some political challenges, the challenges of the laws before the Constitutional Court, the earthquake of November 2019, which slowed down the process, the COVID outbreak represented additional delaying moments. So one has to take into account these. So I just wanted to mention as a conclusion some main points in terms of that. So that maybe the Albanian experience has highlighted. The importance of a thorough rather than sectoral vision in adopting and in sequencing reform measures. For instance, the relationship between decreasing number of judges and the capacity of the School of Magistrates, or the idea of reforming the judicial map. The importance of the role of international panels, of international partners, providing independent advice and serving as a deblocking mechanism that goes beyond politics, beyond national politics. The essential role of and importance of cooperation between institutions, and moreover, the acknowledgement of the importance of such cooperation by the institutions themselves. The role of IT in triggering efficiency gains and enabling accurate judicial statistics, but more generally the importance of statistics throughout the process, and the need to incentivize and mobilize best domestic expertise and resources that will be needed. Thank you very much.
Noi vă mulțumim, doamna Ilinda. Acum, am avut, iată, descris foarte detaliat acest exemplu albanez. Mergem spre exemplu ucrainean acum, unde vă spuneam la început că parțial s-a aplicat această metodă. Îl avem alături de noi pe domnul Mikhailov Zernaco, care este președinte al
We have next to us Mr. Mikhailov Zernaco from Ukraine, which we know they applied partially this method. And Mr. Zernakov, what do you recommend? How do you appreciate this judicial vetting method? What did it show in the implementation process in Ukraine? Mr. Zernakov, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Mikhailov Zernaco, head of board of the Euro Foundation, and we've been dealing with justice reforms for 7 years now in Ukraine, and it's a 4th iteration at which we are now in Ukraine. So I'm very happy to be here and to share our experience. I'm sorry, this is somebody's coming to the office. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It is extremely important to talk about justice reforms, and not only talk, but really do justice reforms in the region, and in any given country in the region. It is an extremely important, I'm very sorry. It is extremely important to achieve rule of law for the region itself, because essentially right now, Russia, which is adversary of Ukraine and many other countries in the region, unfortunately, essentially weaponizes judicial corruption and deficiencies in rule of law in our countries in order to undermine our security and sovereignty and territorial integrity, and basically to undermine our very existence. So it is also, from a security point of view, it is a very important thing to do. Well, of course, I'm not here to tell you what to do. Moldova is a sovereign country, and we can only share our experience. But I have to say we have a lot of similarities, and from what we see happening in Moldova, we can see that some things are really really similar, and there's definitely things I'd like to share. I also have to say you have now an exceptional opportunity. The government that is Western oriented, that is rule of law oriented, that seems to be very serious about the reforms and how to make judicial reform happen. And it's really, it looks like Moldova really now has a chance to achieve rule of law through effective judicial reform and effective judicial vetting. We in Ukraine, judiciary is one of the least trusted public institutions, with about 78% of people mistrusting it. People cite corruption and dependence on politicians and oligarchs. That's two main reasons. We tried for about 7 years now, since the revolution of dignity of 2013-14, to make judiciary better in different ways. And I must say, I really like Mr. Hoyer's analogy of surgery, or what measure to take. And from outside, it really seems that you do have a chance now to do that, but you'll probably not get many chances. That is why, and also I have to say, surgery is a thing. If we're talking about surgery, it is usually in a very dire situations. It just may be that you will not have a lot of iterations through trial and error to, you know, try to drink some hot tea and then make some exercise, and then it just might be too late to implement certain measures and to make judicial reform right. The conditions just might not be the same. So the first thing I'd like to say is to not repeat our mistake, and whilst you can, implement the effective measures to really cleanse the judiciary. Now, turning back to our experience, we also thought that, well, you know, maybe we'll probably not need a very big vetting, or we just have to give judiciary more independence. And back in 2014, when we saw during the revolution, the judges made really bad crimes, atrocities. Really, they put peaceful protesters in jail for nothing. They banned peaceful assemblies. They really went against human rights and democratic values. And we thought it was just because they were very pressured from the bad office or administration of the president at the time. When the president fled, we saw that, well, that pressure was administered through heads of courts or through the presidents of courts. So let's just dismiss every president of court from their position and give the judges the right to select their presidents of courts. In about 2 weeks, about 80% of the courts selected the same heads of courts that pressured them and that relayed the illegal demands from the administration of the president to oppress protesters and do engage in other illegal activities. So we learned the hard way that it is not just enough to, give judiciary more independence, that the really effective vetting should take place. Then we adopted another law, and we established a vetting procedure where we had to check whether the judges correspond to the integrity and professionalism principle. But we delegated it to the same judiciary that we were trying to change as a result of the reform. The judicial governance bodies that were at the time 2/3 judges, the High Qualification Commission and the High Council of Justice, most of them selected by judges, that corresponded to, in a nutshell, that corresponded to the European standards, so-called, of judicial self-governance. But it turned out that only 0.6% of the judges that went through this exercise were vetted effectively. And when we're talking about the establishment of the new Supreme Court that we decided to build from scratch, also we had dozens of judges going through who do not correspond to the integrity criteria with the above mentioned gold Porsches, watches, the property that they cannot explain, the prior decisions that went severely against the rule of law, and so on. So we learned the hard way that you should not delegate the vetting of the judiciary to the same judiciary you're trying to vet. And I must say, of course, the EU and the other Western countries were very, well, the Western countries and the international organizations were very helpful in terms of political and technical support of the reforms in Ukraine. And of course, a lot of them would not be possible without this support. But there were two principles which unfortunately did not, two European standards, so-called, I'm saying so-called because really there is no one book that says, oh, you should do it like this. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Hoyer here that there's no one-size-fits-all approach. And when we decided to make judiciary just more self-governed and more independent that way, we thought it just played a very bad trick on us, because it just encapsulated the system. And the turns out the judges, the old corrupt judges, do not like to vote against and to vote out their colleagues from their positions. So that is why we came to a different measure. We established the Anticorruption Court because we needed the institution that would really consider high anti-corruption cases, and I guess you will be talking about that more tomorrow when there'll be a panel where the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, Mr. Sitnik, will be, and he'll explain how the bureau works. But well, when bureau brought a lot of high-profile corruption cases to the old unreformed courts, they just died there, and that's how we understood we need another institution that would be different from the system that we have in place. So we then already understood that also we cannot go with the same judiciary to select the new judges, because we know for a fact now that it doesn't go well when we delegate the selection of the new judges to the old judges. So what we decided to do is we invited the panel of independent international experts that had one role, one single role. They eliminated from the competition those judges that did not correspond to the integrity principle, because the integrity was still is number one problem in Ukraine. And it worked like a charm. because for the anti-corruption court of 343 candidates, we selected 38 members. Not a single one had severe reservations from the civil society about their integrity, their property, their anything. And right now it's already been operational for 2 years, and it just works beautifully. It produced more than 50 verdicts in high-profile corruption cases, judges, prosecutors, politicians, you name it, and it continues to work, and there has not been a single corruption scandal, and it really differs day and night from what we have for the rest of the judicial system. And right now we're in the middle of, like I said, the 4th iteration already of judicial reform, but we are now trying to scale this success story to include the independent international experts into the reboot of the judicial governance bodies. I do also recognize we have slightly different number of judges. We have about 7,000 judges. So we, of course, would like to see ideally the independent international experts sitting here and vetting all our judges, but that's a long exercise. So we decided to do that in 2 steps, or in 2 in 2 stages. The independent international experts help us reboot the judicial governance bodies, and then the good judicial governance bodies take over and vet the rest of the system. And they actually arrived yesterday, the ethics council that has to cleanse the corrupt High Council of Justice, and we are very happy about this. And just to give you, I will just conclude with how, again, I'd like to emphasize that I do not, I'm not here to, command or impose anything on you, but I'd just like to share that this exercise, this inclusion of this import of integrity and best practices from the civilized world was very helpful, was really helped make dramatic change in Ukraine, and will help make, I'm sure, for the rest of the judiciary. Whereas, just to give you one idea how the Ukrainian judges treat judicial vetting, when one judge comes to the judicial vetting, and she's before the commission that is 2/3 Ukrainian judges selected by the judges, and she's asked, by the way, I'd like to turn here to Mr. Hoyer, who also said that electronic asset declaration system is needed. Of course, it is needed, but it does exist in Ukraine. It is very thorough. It is very transparent, but it is not a guarantee. We're still nowhere near. It doesn't guarantee effective judicial reform, because it happens like this. The judge comes to the vetting, and she sits before the panel of other judges, and she's asked, where did you get your, there was the representative of the civil society who was there, and she's asked, where did you get your 400+ square meter house, 5 apartments downtown Kyiv, and 4 land plots? You have not earned that in your 13 years of professional career because we see from the electronic asset declarations that she has not. It's all very transparent. It does help a lot, but again, it doesn't guarantee, because she says, well, as a student, I went to East Germany and I worked as a stoker, and I also picked up strawberries, and I saved some Deutsche Mark and brought them back to Ukraine, and now I bought all this property with the money I earned. And this does not only satisfy the commission. She doesn't only continue serving as a judge of a high level. She is then selected to become a member of the High Council of Justice, the top institution in Ukraine's judiciary, to decide who will be the next judges, or who sits as a judge and who doesn't. So that is really the difference between how Ukrainian judges treat judicial vetting and how the independent international experts treat judicial vetting. So of course, I do recommend doing this. I do recommend doing this right. And by all means, do not, whatever you do with your judiciary, make it effective, and do not, before it's cleansed, impose the self-governance and irremovability principles, because essentially what you want to do is to remove the old corrupt individuals and change them for the good, better ones that guarantee rule of law and democracy. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Mulțumim, Mikhailov Zernaco, foarte interesantă prezentare.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zernaco, for your interesting presentation. I would like to remind you that we are in the Forum for Justice Reform and Anti-Corruption in Chisinau. This forum was organized by the Legal Resources Center in partnership with the Sweden government. Dear participants, we have one more speaker, after which we open the Q&A session, so please make sure to write down your questions in the Zoom platform, in the Zoom chat, in social networks where you watch this forum. So next is Mr. Iulian Groza, the Executive Director of the Institute for European Policies and Reforms. Mr. Groza, we heard several details. We heard about different blockages. We heard about a subjective approach, who does the exercise, how, and about the decisions of the European Court for Human Rights, which reverses some of the decisions of the judges. So we are talking about collecting evidences and using the evidences. So first of all, I would like to speak about the people involved in the vetting process. What do you think? Do we have enough human resources in our system? Or do we have enough individuals which are under preparation, under studies to come into the system and do fair justice? Please let us know, how do you see the topic of human resources and how we decrease the risks that were mentioned? Maybe you see additional risks, and how do we reduce them? Thank you so much, Liliana, for the questions. Thank you so much, dear previous speakers. Now my task is simple on one hand, but obviously is complicated. First of all, I would like to say to the people watching online, I have some notes here, but I don't want to bore you. The Institute for European Reforms and Policies already prepared a feedback on this concept of vetting, and I'm very happy to notice in the concept of the vetting many of our recommendations. When we were asked to provide our feedback, we did, and I'm happy to see was taken into account. And I would like to start by highlighting some aspects. And by building on what was said by the previous speakers, I would like to bring a different analogy and to compare it with the current pandemic, if I may. So, corruption. It's a virus which affects the justice sector, and not only, it affects everything. And the effect of this virus, or the disease that the virus creates, is in the justice and lack of justice which the citizens are feeling. If we look at the opinion poll, 60% of citizens do not trust the judges and the prosecutors. It's true. If we look at the opinion poll, the least trusted institution is the parliament, parties, and the government. But again, we have to understand this phenomenon. We have to understand that we are independent only for 30 years, and for 30 years, the politicians in Moldova, and with the support of development partners, tried to do a justice reform. We've seen several attempts of this happening in Moldova, and unfortunately these reforming waves treated more the symptoms and not the disease itself. So after 30 years, we can see very clearly that the distrust of citizens is very high, the trust is very low, and this virus affects not only the justice, but affects the citizens, the economy, the reputation of Moldova. Actually, the reputation was affected many times before, and the economy was affected by the banking fraud. And we are now known as a country affected by corruption, and not only in the justice sector, because as as I said, corruption is not only limited to the justice sector, but the important element is lack of punishment, which is one of the effects of this disease or virus. So if we think about it as a virus, we need an antivirus. And we are talking about the virus of corruption, which infects the organism and slowly it destroys it from the inside. In order to fight this virus, we need, first of all, to build the immunity of the body. If we speak about the immunity, my analogy will be the integrity. So in order to ensure that this justice sector works, function, even though we have this virus of corruption, we need to increase immunization of the actors and by increasing their integrity. Once again, if we continue with this analogy, how do we manage this virus? Obviously, there are several treatments, like treatment for COVID-19, on different principle of treatment. We can treat the virus, we can go or the traditional method or the DNA, RNA, and we can create different medicines. And it's clear, in order to create the antivirus, we need to do a big effort and to do a lot of research. And the previous speakers spoke a lot about the process, about the elaboration of this quotes vaccine, which is now the vetting process, and testing this vaccine and applying it. And the experts say to us that we need 70% of the population to be vaccinated in order to help with stop spreading the virus. So I would say that we need about 70% of judges and prosecutors which are with good integrity, right? I think this is essential for the entire system to be cleaned. And obviously, if we speak about the number of judges, about 400 of judges and more than 700 prosecutors, we have a huge task. The advantage of Moldova is that it's a small country and we know each other a majority of the times. Moreover, I've seen that the efforts that the investigative journalists start to pay off. The anti-corruption prosecutors start to pay attention to these investigations. They start to apply the law. They start noticing the lifestyle of many judges. They start to notice expenses of many prosecutors, and they start to investigate. At the moment, I know they do investigations. I have not seen any sentences for illegal enrichment, but I'm glad that these are taken into account and they do investigation. These are the elements, but to come back to the vetting, several risks were already mentioned, especially preparing this unique process, and the political arena is behind this exercise, and we have for the first time the political will to clean the process, clean the justice sector, and to increase or help consolidate this sector. So it's true, we have this for the first time, and it's a huge task for the government, and it's very complicated to evaluate what is the minimum percentage. Is it minimum to have it's minimum to have high walls around the general prosecutor and the judges to create independence between the political sector and the justice sector? Is this enough? Unfortunately, these walls were not an obstacle for many entities who came in Moldova and used the justice sector in order to increase or solve their personal issues, increase their assets, to hide their crimes, to hide their schemes. So these walls did not protect the justice sector, and the current state is an extraordinary one, and the extraordinary vetting is an equal measure which is needed for the current state of the justice sector how it is at the moment. So we understand that the current situation requires this extraordinary process. Another element which was mentioned earlier is relating to the fact that this procedure will take a long time. This is a long-term process and we have to manage the expectations, which is true. We speak about the advantages of Republica Moldova, the fact that the vetting process was applied in other countries, like it was mentioned, Albania, Ukraine, and the advantage that the government and the development partners and the relevant actors have to learn from the other examples and to attract the external experts in this process. For example, the most recent experience was that even though the vetting was applied in a general prosecutor structure and in law enforcement and in security and in judges realm, there are many requests for appealing these vetting decisions, and the majority of these appeals are approved by the higher justice courts. So we need to work efficiently in order to prove this decision, so it discourages or it limits or it doesn't give a reason for these judges or prosecutors to appeal the decision. Okay, we have many lawyers, prosecutors, judges in Moldova, some of them good, others very good. And when we speak about the judicial vetting, we are aware that the entire society of Moldova and the actors part of the system, they will use all the tools to avoid this procedure. And this is why it's important that the judicial vetting is very clearly defined in the legislation and to exclude or limit any appeal tools which will later on block this process as it happened in other countries. Another element before I close is
that besides communication and besides the preparation for this procedure, testing is very important. Testing and piloting of this procedure. And those that, because we do not have the right to make any mistakes. That is why, as Julian said, an element of pre-vetting is implemented for candidates to the Superior Council of Magistracy, and this refers not only to judges but also to non-judges that are to be appointed by the Parliament, and the same will be done for the Superior Council of Prosecutors. So this element can serve as a pilot testing that could test and show how to roll out the system countrywide. Another element related to communication is that the high resistance within the system, and we've seen this in the survey presented by Serena. And it's clear for me, especially if we are to analyze this survey presented by Serena, is we can see that judges are the ones who want the least such a vetting, whereas lawyers are the ones that want the most the vetting. So, when we speak about procedures and communication, I think it's important to take into account that in the judiciary system, we have a large share, at least half of the interviewed judges said that they would agree with such a procedure as long as it takes place within the limits of the law. So actually that's good already to have at least half of prosecutors and judges to agree with such an vetting. The bad news are the other 50% that are totally against such a vetting procedure, especially that most of them were used by kleptocrats and they could use this to disadvantage. But I believe that in terms of communication, it is important that all of us have to understand that vetting is intended to increase people's trust in justice sector. This is a goal of everyone, a shared goal. And the most important thing is that the justice system wants to cleanse itself, and the solution is integrity. And we have the National Authority for Integrity and other institutions that were created with the support and funding of external partners, which did not manage to obtain much of the result so far, maybe because they used to focus on treating the symptoms rather than the disease. And an element that we are thinking about, and I think it would be good to be discussed by judiciary stakeholders and the stakeholders from the government and the development partners, is to connect some motivational elements to the vetting exercise. In other words, to reverse the communication messages from a negative message to a positive one. And then another element that could be included in the testing is, for example, the establishment of specialized college judges for high-level corruption cases. For example, the recommendation of the Superior Council of Magistracy to create a special committee for the landromat, if I'm not mistaken. So in this case, obviously, many judges would like to be promoted, to have stability, some motivation elements, to be promoted to occupy this position of a judge in a specialized college. The same can be said about prosecutors. For sure, in the prosecution system, there are prosecutors that would like and have the capacity and the courage and motivation and integrity level to work in the anti-corruption prosecution office, because we know there are many cases and the number of anti-corruption prosecutors is very low. So maybe the solution to of seconding prosecutors for this purpose is worth considering, because this could offer an advantage to ensure this promotion for prosecutors, for them to be involved in well-known cases, because the prosecution is dealing with many cases, including low-scale corruption, and they pay less attention to large or high-level corruption, because they don't have enough work power and brains to deal with high-level corruption cases. So these could be used as elements to motivate. And the last thing, I'm glad that the vetting concept is designed to be done in stages. And this is a lesson learned from the experience of Albania and Ukraine. And currently we are discussing about a top-down approach, Superior Council of Justice, Court of Appeals, and so on. And the same approach will be used for prosecution. So the task is easier if our goal is not to do the vetting at once for everyone. And I believe that this can increase the percentage of integrity and immunity in the judiciary, as long as it starts from the highest levels of the judiciary and then step by step going down. So maybe it could be for the vetting process to end at the Court of Appeals. I don't know, it's just an example. But I strongly believe that this pre-vetting approach for the Superior Council of Magistracy and Superior Council of Prosecutors could help not only to test the system, but also to ensure that the judiciary that wants to be integral is represented properly in the Council of Magistracy and Prosecutors. And in such a way, there will be even more motivation within the self-management bodies to have a core role in implementing this procedure. And could bring the expected results in 3-4 years. But we understand that if this mechanism is prepared well and is implemented as designed, step by step, then the immunization level could be reached much quicker and obtain a result that would help us stop the spread of this pandemic of corruption in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much. Would like to thank you as well, Mr. Groza. And now we start the Q&A session. I remind you that you can ask your question in chat, or you can raise your hand for you to be able to make your comment verbally. Until we start receiving questions or comments, I would like to address risks and how to mitigate them. And the first thing, or the first question to you, Mr. Rusu, inverting the burden of proof, of evidence. Because it is not the evaluator who should prove that a certain asset is higher than the income. The assessed one should prove that all the wealth are owned legally. So can we do it? Thank you for your question. That's one of the core questions, especially in the current constitutional context. Article 46 of the Constitution says that the lawfulness of wealth is presumed, and we also have the decision of the Constitutional Court that expresses its view with regards to the burden of proof. So it is the duty of the public authority to prove that the assets are owned unlawfully. But we are not in a desperate case. First, I have to mention that in the parliament we have a draft law to amend the constitution from this point of view, and there is another constitutional text that is proposed to inverse the burden of proof for people that hold public positions. But we will need some time until this amendment will pass through all the stages requested by the constitutional process. In addition to that, we need the vote of 2/3 of the parliament to have it approved. And we have a series of unclarities whether this amendment will be approved or not. Also, I would like to express my opinion with regards to different burdens of proof as part of different processes. For example, in criminal proceedings, it is necessary to pass the limit of reasonable suspicion in order to start a criminal investigation, and only after that for the criminal investigation bodies to prove the guilt of the person, which subsequently is checked by the judiciary system. We also have the administrative procedure. It is not as onerous as the criminal one. In this case, the burden of proof should be lower, much lower. Hence, in this case, we are discussing about a division of the burden of proof. But nevertheless, it should start from the public authority. In other words, the vetting mechanism should focus on some information that should be submitted initially. If there is a reasonable suspicion that the assessed person does not meet the integrity criteria, this is enough for the other party to bring arguments of the contrary. So we do not speak about the burden of proof belonging only to one party or the other, but a shared burden. Actually, the same approach was used by other jurisdictions as well. The Albanian and the Ukrainian experience was already presented. And because we live in the era of information technologies and some IT systems are already developed and are interconnected, some data can be obtained quickly enough. For example, the taxes paid, the assets registered, but this is only the first step. As mentioned already by the previous speakers, we are speaking about lawyers, and lawyers are quite inventive. For example, they can avoid formal relationships, because we are speaking about a coefficient of 7 people around the assessed person that will have to be assessed as well. So there are situations when the beneficiaries are not family members but other people. And here it will be very important to analyze the structure of wealth, the structure of spending, and for us to focus on indirect data, such as number of times when they cross the border, or transactions that are suspiciously advantageous or beneficial for the assessed person. So the exercise, the whole assessment exercise is not simple at all. We will need a consolidated effort for that. But it is very important for us to accumulate the good experience from the region so that we can develop a careful assessment methodology, vetting methodology, to check the integrity that will cover wealth, lifestyle, and cost of life of the assessed persons. Thank you. We would like to thank you as well. And now I would like to read a question from Zoom from Maria Orlov, who will assess the professional skills of lawyers overall and magistrates in particular. We have many law departments, but at the same time, the legislation is very confused. We have legal norms with many grammar mistakes, technical mistakes, because the quality of work depends also on the quality of law, and the consequences felt by people is a direct consequence of both corruption and the poor quality of legislation. So the question, what will be done to establish a school of law and magistracy of high level? Maybe we should start with an assessment of the curriculum and teachers in this area. So is there anyone ready to answer this question? So the additional aspects that I did not mention from the very beginning, to make sure that this extraordinary activity has a continuity and the risks are managed properly, we believe that the National Institute of Justice, which is the entity that is training the future judges and the prosecutors and other legal professions, to be subject to an adjustment process. I mean, the number of trainees should be increased, and second, it is necessary to check the integrity of candidates. We want to make sure that the public money used to train future prosecutors and judges are used efficiently. So a verification of their integrity when they submit their application for training is significant. We have cases of judges, recently appointed judges, which in their wealth statement declare 3 apartments, income of 2 million lei at a family event, or other income that are disproportional with their professional activity before they are appointed as judges. So obviously such situations have to be prevented. That is why we have the idea to check the integrity of candidates at the National Institute of Justice. I agree with the issue of quality of education at law departments. And I do not think that we can solve this problem with one measure only. It's a complex problem. But I believe that the main factor that can be used here is the competition. So, if we manage to involve both the public and private sectors, courts, Superior Council of Magistracy, to hunt, meaning to start a search of the best human resources at early stages, I think we can identify students at law departments who are willing to engage and to work as prosecutors or judges while students. So having a connection with the bar or other professions, public administration, with students in the first years at university is absolutely necessary. So we should identify as early as the first years of university the good candidates. Of course, these can be this should go hand in hand with attractiveness of these positions in the public sector. One of the idea to make the vetting a positive exercise is to provide some financial advantages. So the people that will pass the vetting to have another salary level. So this will increase, this will raise the interest in the vetting exercise. We cannot give now accurate figures because this is a complex exercise and it has to be correlated with the existing financial possibilities. So we have to discuss with the Ministry of Finance and with the development partners. But returning to the analogy that Julian made, if we want to have a quality vaccine against the virus of corruption, we have to invest in producing this vaccine. And now I would like to give the floor to Ryan Hoyer.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to complement actually what Julian just said about a school of magistrates. And it has to do a bit with what I try to say. You need a holistic approach. There's not just one thing. There are many, many things you need to do. And this is one work stream we have to pay attention to. And actually, the idea is, and I'm not sure how far we are, that the Commission will do, with help from Moldova, what we call a peer review mission. And that means, and we have done the same in Albania and in many other countries, that a number of experts go there for, let's say, a week, talk with the school, talk with the teachers, talk with many people around it to assess where the strengths is, where are the weaknesses, what needs to be done, what is good with the curriculum, how should it build up, how about entry tests for the students, to make sure that the new judges that are built up and that come in 3 or 4 years out of such a school meet all the tests and qualitative requirements that we want to have. So I want to say there is a rather low-key, not very expensive technical assistance already in preparation on this issue. Thank you.
Mulțumim, mulțumim și noi.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Chernat, please. I would like to add to what Mr. Rusu, if I understood correctly, the lady would like to find out how the professional level will be assessed. So starting from the principle of judiciary independence, no judge can be dismissed for the solution adopted on a case, even if this solution goes against the established practice, as long as the solution is well justified. So it is not by chance that I have mentioned that in the vetting commission we need to have subject matter professionals who know law, who know the activity of judges, prosecutors, because they will have to assess and identify the judges that adopt abusive judgments. Our law is not bad. Yes, it is changing, but a judge that is correct will apply the law correctly. But a judge that is compromised and is representing the interests of certain groups will apply the law as they want to or as they are instructed to. Also, regarding to the draft concept, each prosecutor and judge that will be assessed will have the right to defense. And during the defense process, will have the possibility to submit documents that can justify the procurement of certain assets. And the body that will do the vetting will have the wealth statement, will have information accumulated from various sources, including intelligence service, National Anticorruption Center, integrity authority, and the assessed person will have to defend himself or herself and submit justification acts. I would like to add, my understanding is that this vetting is not a trial in the court. The vetting will not imply any criminal consequences for prosecutors and judges. That's a core principle of the whole exercise. That as a result of the extraordinary vetting process, it does not necessarily mean that criminal cases will be started against prosecutors or judges. This is the competence of relevant authorities, and we have already seen that there are many cases started on illicit enrichment. And of course, we still have this element of providing evidence, but I would like to make a clarification. We have to clearly understand that the vetting is not a criminal investigation against the prosecutors and judges. No, this is not the purpose. The purpose is that the system cleans itself or develops immunity, it becomes more integral. Now let's take another question from Zoom, Angela Papi, to Mr. Rusu. How will we solve the situation when the assessed subject submits an act of the integrity authority according to which the subject was subjected to a verification and no violations were found by the integrity authority? Will the vetting process cover affiliated persons as well? So, Mr. Rusu, please address this topic as well. And I am in particular interested in access to the assets, goods, properties abroad. Will the evaluators have access to this information? How will access to such information be provided, and will family members be assessed as well? Thank you for this question. Again, a very important element of this exercise is the following. So let's start with the question of Mrs. Popiu. First, we have to say that the requests and the legal test incorporated in the legal framework on the activity of the Integrity Authority is different from what is planned for this vetting. That is why it is called extraordinary and external vetting process. The National Integrity Authority findings is based on less ambitious criteria that, by the way, recently have been reinforced by some amendments to the law on declaring income and interests and the law on the National Authority of Integrity. So the findings can cover only partially the objectives set by the new law. In the long term, of course, we would like for the National Integrity Authority, once its capacities are strengthened and once some internal procedures are changed, to take over this exercise. But we don't believe this is possible now for a number of reasons. The most important element that legalizes this exercise is the presence of foreign experts that will be delegated by the development partners. And this answers partially your question. What about the access to properties abroad? So the role of these international experts is to set up connections to get access to data about properties abroad. Currently, there are about 50 international acts to which the Republic of Moldova is a party to that offers a mechanism of cooperation on civil matter, criminal matter at the international level. But this does not allow to obtain information outside of a criminal investigation process. There are 3 international documents, acts, to which most of the EU member states are parts to. And on the basis of these acts, we can enforce confiscation orders or freezing orders, or we can enforce final judgments, including on cases of corruption. But these international treaties does not allow us to work in an operative manner. So now it is the right time to interact with our development partners and to agree on a data exchange mechanism. And I would like to open the brackets here. Many governments have declared their openness to negotiate new cooperation agreements, including on exchange of data, and to set exceptions related to the protection of personal data, to set up joint investigation teams, and to ensure cooperation between authorities with the same competencies, administrative, not criminal. And the Minister of Justice has started the process of setting up working groups that will negotiate with different states bilaterally.
Until now, until these mechanisms are functional, until these tools are functional, we have 3 categories of data sources, which offers information regarding potential assets being abroad. First of all, we have open data, which can be extracted from the social networks, social media, and we have open registers in the member states. A second data source are the open data, but with a commission offered by different registers, different sources, which can offer information, for example, in order to get a loan or to participate, to have shares in an enterprise. And the third data source, the most complicated, are the not open one, and data that can be obtained only after going through special procedures. In order to not waste our limited human resources, even though we will have this vetting process, we will focus on indirect data. data. For example, crossing the border, how often this happens, or information collected by the public institutions of Moldova. And these data are going to give us the clues where to look more for more information. And I will not disclose more analytical secrets of the process, so that it happens that we disclose too much, and some lawyers, creative lawyers, will try to evade our methods and will try to avoid giving the information as we are planning to collect it. Thank you so much. Before we go to the next question, Mr. Zernaco would like to take the floor for a few seconds. Mikhailo?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to actually address very quickly a previous question and add a little bit on whether I really like the intervention or the answer that it's not really a criminal proceeding, and that made me think that about a very important distinction and about something that is called a burden of proof in this exercise, because we also been through this, and what the judges wanted to the process to be is for the commission to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a certain breach of law or a certain violation took place. Whereas, of course, it is not a criminal proceeding. It doesn't have such consequences. It doesn't, nobody puts anybody in jail, or nobody bears criminal responsibility as a result. As a maximum, you discontinue your service as a judge, where you should respond to very high integrity and professionalism principles, or even less so, you just do not, if it's an exercise to obtain a place of a judge in a certain court, you simply do not win this position. And it, of course, the result for the judge in place or candidate in place is, you know, it cannot be compared. That is why the burden of proof here should be significantly lower for the exercise to be effective. Because if the commission would have to, you're absolutely right, the questions are very legitimate. You would not have access to a lot of information. You would not have access to the information to the extent where you would prove that a certain breach of law took place, or a bribery, or whatever that is, that led to such incomes that the judges cannot explain, or to previous decisions that are doubtful from a legal point of view. That is why it is in the burden of proof should not be beyond the reasonable doubt as it is in the criminal proceedings. It should be reasonable doubt or even lower, because it is enough to doubt the judge in order for everybody to not have trust in the whole system. Because if you appoint a judge, or if you keep a judge at place about whom or who you doubt, then of course it just spills out to the rest of the judicial system. If the system is such that it provides for the judges of law integrity to exist and to continue serving. That is why it is extremely important for the exercise, whoever does that. And of course, I have to reiterate, I very much vouch for and think is a great idea to include the independent international experts in the exercise. But whoever that is who does that exercise, the burden of proof for the vetting of the judges, of course, should not be as high as it is in the criminal proceedings. Otherwise, you will not prove anything and you will not get your system cleansed. Thank you.
Mulțumim și noi am avut și de pe YouTube o întrebare despre asta. Suna în felul următor: dacă nu este o procedură ce duce la cauze penale, atunci care sunt consecințele pentru cei ce nu trec evaluarea? Tocmai.
Thank you so much for this question. We have another question from the YouTube related to the same question, so it was replied. Next, we have a question from Tudor Osoiano. What are the criteria for determining the quality of an expert and the quality of an international expert? Probably they are referring to local experts and international experts. So on this topic, I would like to speak more. And why? Because you have seen Mr. Hoyer said you could find a problem to hire or find the right people, right international experts to involve in this process. You could find it difficult. And the second question I want to address is not the people that are going to create the commission, but the assessors. So we know that Moldova is quite a small country. Where can we find these people, independent, integral, who can do the vetting since we have such a small country? Thank you so much for the question. First of all, if we can speak about the requirements. So, if we are speaking about the requirements for the external experts, we hope that they will come with a high level of professionalism in their sector. We hope that they are going to be involved in the legal sector or anti-corruption sector with analytical skills, with capacities to assess assets. In addition to this, we hope that these have had in the past experience as a general prosecutor or judge, because this raises the level of this exercise, because acts of justice are not very different from country to country. They follow the same principle. Of course, the procedures could be different in different countries, but the principles are the same. So we also hope that our development partners are going to support us by submitting the best candidates that they think are suited and they think are suitable for this exercise. Also, we understand that in order to correctly mobilize the team, we need to respect the public acquisition procedures. This will take about 3 to 6 months for this procedure to take place, to clarify the purchasing and to allow the mechanism to work. So in order to manage the expectation, we have to let people know that this commission will not be ready tomorrow or at the end of the year. No, this is a long-term complex process, but we expect that towards the middle of next year, this commission for judicial vetting will be functioning. The evaluation commission will be ready even before, and the Council of Appeal. If to speak about the members of evaluation commission, we're talking about our citizens. We're talking about 12 people. 12 people which are going to be part of 4 blocks of evaluation so that they can evaluate faster. They can work in groups of 3 and analyze the files of evaluated individuals. The main requirement is to not have conflict of interest. So if these evaluators have family members, relatives close to the justice sector, this will be a problem. So we want to clearly define the responsibilities of these evaluation members and to separate them from the evaluated individuals. Also, we expect that these members will be involved in this sector, be it in the legal or anti-corruption, or maybe they are property analysts, maybe they are finances specialists, maybe they are legal specialists, because their knowledge will be needed, especially to open the secrets of the schemes of the most dangerous individuals who use the justice sector and offshore sectors, other individuals who use crypto money or tax haven or fiscal structures to hide their assets. And if to speak about the appeal council, they will also have a secretariat and they will need a specialist in IT, they will need open data analysis, open data analysts. And please believe me, this motherland has daughters and sons which are qualified. They just need to be motivated and involved in these commissions. Of course, they will have to be paid for this service, and here the government together with the development partners will have to identify these costs and to share them to make it happen. Thank you so much. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Hoyer has another intervention planned. Mr. Hoyer, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just to share and complement a bit to what the State Secretary just have said. And I don't have a precise list of the criteria for these kind of experts, but I think there is a lot of material already in the international community and also in the context of the previous peer reviews and also what is done by the Venice Commission. But just to give you a few remarks, of course, you must have experienced justice experts and also with practical experience. Could be judges or prosecutors, but not only. I could also imagine about people with an accounting or auditing background. In Albania, I think we asked for 15 years of experience. It might be a bit long, but say 10 years is reasonable. You don't want to have 2 junior people doing this. You must have had experience how to lead an investigation. Then another point could be people that have experience in international reform processes. That could be an asset. And these people are there. Not only in Albania, Ukraine, there are also very good people working for the World Bank, I just say something. And then it's also important that these people are familiar with the basic rules of a trial, of a fair trial, with standards and implementation. And then I think there are 2 more procedural things we should pay attention to when selecting these people, because they are the gatekeepers. They are really very, very important. First, that the criteria for appointments need to be specified in advance and published. So there should be full transparency. What are we looking for? What do we get? Another thing is that the international experts, and I would like to make a bit of difference there, they have to be chosen either by the international institutions themselves, like we did in Albania, or it should be ensured that there's a good process between the national and the international authorities to make sure you identify the right persons. This sounds a little bit bureaucratic, but I think a good selection process of these assessors will be crucial. Thank you.
Mulțumim. Cu scuzele de rigoare, ridicați mâna.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I think Yulinda Behirai raised her hand and we apologize for not giving you the floor. Madam Yulinda, if you're with us, please now you have the chance.
No worries, I understand that it's a big crowd here. Actually, my intervention was linked to a question that was before about the about assessing proficiency of the judges and about how the system will manage to ensure that the new entries will fulfill these the same standards as the same standards to which the existing judges in the system are undergoing if and when the vetting system will take place. So from the experience in Albania, I worked for Euralius, which was the EU-funded project assisting the consolidation of justice system in Albania for 2 years now. The experiences, so the challenges were the following. Some solutions were already identified in the law. So the people who are beginning the training at the School of Magistrates for becoming judges or prosecutors, they have to undergo check of their assets, integrity, and fulfilling. There is no proficiency in this case because they haven't yet been judges or prosecutors, but there is such a vetting but it's an internal vetting. It's carried out by the High Council of Justice or the High Prosecutorial Council in the case of prosecutors. Regarding the assessment under the proper vetting procedure of the proficiency of judges, I would like to call your attention to this element from practice, which was mentioned, I think, also briefly by the previous speakers. There are, of course, three elements, at least under the Albanian case example: assets, integrity, meaning links with organized crime or corruption, and proficiency. In practice, almost outstanding majority of the judges that were dismissed, or magistrates in general, and assessees that were dismissed, were for assets reasons. Or a combination of the different ones, but never purely for proficiency reasons. And the reason for this is that there are two processes. One is the process of assessment of proficiency, which is the minimum level that the judge or a prosecutor should have in order to be a judge or a prosecutor in the system. The other process is the process of professional performance evaluation, which takes place by the High Judicial Council or High Prosecutorial Council, and is the basis for career development. So that is where there is a more meticulous check of the activities of the work, or how judges work in terms of quality. The proficiency test as one of the elements of the vetting system is a very basic one, at least that was the choice made here, is a very basic one, just to ensure that there are no grave or serious lacks. There is no serious lack or grave lack in terms of professionalism on the side of the judges. Thank you.
Și noi vă mulțumim. Trebuie să mulțumim tuturor participanților la această discuție care s-a apropiat de sfârșit.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We are very close to the end of this panel of discussion. Thank you, dear participants, for your contribution. And to conclude this session, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Gribincea to conclude this session and to say some closing words. Mr. Gribincea, I invite you here on the stage so that we can launch the concluding phase of this forum. Dear participants, thank you so much for being with us throughout the entire first day of the forum dedicated to justice reform and anti-corruption, discussions about justice reform and now. I will just like to highlight the main ideas that were mentioned here today, and tomorrow from 10 a.m. we continue to discuss about the proposed reforms to combat corruption. In the opening session, Madam President Maya Sandu came with a very strong message for change in justice. And here I would like to quote her. She said, Mr. and dear judges, please do not oppose it. We are going to do as we think it's suited. There's no point in opposing it. End of quote. At the same time, development partners from the EU and from the United States, they came with a support message for the justice reforms announced with very strong messages. At the same time, the President Maya Sandu requested that the judges in the system support the change to good, and the EU ambassador in Moldova said that besides the vetting that was much discussed in the last session, he expects a more global vision regarding the additional reforms needed to join the vetting, especially the reforming strategy of the justice and its action plan. The Swedish ambassador highlighted the fact that it's equally important to not forget other aspects and other issues and deficiencies in the justice sector, like transparency and accountability of actors involved in the justice process. Mr. Litvinenko, the Minister of Justice, highlighted and said that he wants a real change in the justice in 4 years. He also described the reforms that he has in mind to reform the anti-corruption prosecutor's office, and in-depth evaluation of all judges and prosecutors in terms of integrity. The representative of Venice Commission appreciated the constitutional amendments approved a few weeks ago by the Parliament in Chișinău, and also mentioned that for sustainable justice reforms, it's needed a strong compromise between all the political powers in Moldova. And she also highlighted the fact that combating corruption is important, but this cannot be done while jeopardizing the justice reform. She also mentioned that the public expectations are very big from the vetting process, more than the results can be, and she recommended the authorities to manage the expectation, to decrease the public's expectations regarding this process and to adjust their message. The interim chairman of the Superior Council of Magistracy said yes, the justice sector has issues, but they are mostly related to the period of analyzing the cases, the equipment, the low insufficient preparation of human resources, and not execution of the sentences. And he was happy to see the involvement of judges in creating the concept for justice reform in the country. Also, Victor Munteanu, the program director from Soros Moldova Foundation, was very critic in his speech, naming the justice a structure without substance in Moldova. He also said that it's absolutely important to have zero tolerance towards corruption and organized crime in the country, that the state has sufficient measures to combat organized crime, and the reforms cannot be done with compromised individuals named in key positions. Madam Nadezhda Kryptinsky, program director in the Legal Resources Center, mentioned that besides the vetting process, we need additional reforms, like increasing the transparency of the justice process in order to allow monitoring. It's needed the digitalization of the system in order to remove or reduce the role of human resources and influence from the judges to organize the map and the reform of the Superior Court of Justice and reforming the National Justice Institute, which is at the moment a closed institution for many people outside of the justice sector. Moreover, she also mentioned that it's absolutely mandatory to have a better predictability of the initiatives of reform and a better communication from the state institutions. The second panel spoke about the external vetting, the external evaluation, and the State Secretary Iulian Rusu presented this concept of judicial vetting. He also announced the fact that this concept will be consulted with the Venice Commission and the development partners, and it's not going to be approved if it's not corresponding to the best practices. He also mentioned the fact that judicial vetting is not a silver bullet for all the problems of the system, but it can be one solution to increase integrity, to combat the lack of competence and personal interest of judges. Madam Nina Cernat, member of the Superior Council of Magistracy, said that applying justice should happen in a fair way, and the judges should be part of the evaluation process. She also mentioned that the equipment and the working conditions are pretty low in the system, and if we're going to continue with these conditions, we're going to have the same results in the next 5 years. She pleaded for higher social guarantees for judges who pass the external judicial vetting. And we had a comment from Jeren Hujar, head of unit from DigiJust. He said that the external vetting is the last admissible measure if other measures cannot bring an acceptable effect in short term.
He also mentioned that the quality of reform that is to be implemented should always take priority over the speed, and urged the authorities to do the reforms by examples, not by statements. External vetting is a comprehensive exercise, and he reiterated that it is not a panacea that would solve all the problems in the justice sector. That's why it has to be interconnected with other reforms, such as the reform of self-management bodies from the justice sector, as well as strengthening the system of checking the income and wealth. He also mentioned that the vetting body should be independent from politics and should have enough access to information on the basis of which to do the vetting. The expert from Bingham Center, that also comes from Albania, knows very well the Albanian system, said that in Albania the whole reform started with a profound amendment of the law, amending almost 1/3 of the constitution and 32 laws. Albania had 6 objectives. to improve the independence of the judiciary, separate the powers in the state, efficiency of justice, access to justice, quality of justice, and integrity of those that do justice. Nevertheless, because of the complexity of this mechanism, the timeline allocated for this exercise, 5 years, was enough to assess only half of those that were initially planned to be assessed. So she mentioned that we have to focus on the main aspect that invalidated many judges and prosecutors in Albania, which is the integrity and their ethical behavior. She also mentioned that without foreign experts, it will not be possible to do a genuine vetting, and also it is necessary to strengthen the cooperation between institutions so that they submit to the vetting authority all the data that are needed for a proper verification of the subjects of assessment. The Ukrainian expert said that the assessment of the judiciary should not be done by judges. This was a lesson learned by them after selecting the judges in the Supreme Court of Ukraine. He also said that he had a different opinion than Mr. Yorin, saying that in countries from our region, verification of integrity by the integrity authority is not a guarantee strong enough against corruption. And he even gave examples when the Ukrainian authorities closed their eyes and pretended not to see evidence that would clearly indicate that some judges could not justify their wealth. Julian Groza, the last speaker, director of IPRE, said that communication was very important. Communication was very important to conduct reforms. Reforms will last. That's why expectations should be adjusted accordingly. This requires a very skillful campaign by authorities to be implemented. He also mentioned that the laws that will introduce the external vetting mechanism should be clear. They should cover judges and prosecutors that understand very well the procedural ways out or paths out that they can use. So, in order to avoid appeals and challenges, the laws have to be written well enough so that to avoid any potential surprises when the decision to dismiss a prosecutor or a judge will be challenged and overturned later. These, in my opinion, are the main ideas mentioned today. Next week, we will publish another report. Of course, it will be much more detailed than what I've presented now. And we invite you tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the same channel. Tomorrow, we will discuss the vision on combating corruption in the Republic of Moldova, and also we'll discuss investigation and sanctions for the grand corruption. Thank you very much and have a great evening. See you tomorrow.